Hello, everybody. Very good morning and a very warm welcome to this free ISO 26000 2010 internal audit training session, which is powered by Quality Asia Certification Private Limited. And it is our tagline for this training session is get certified for the ISO 26000 internal auditor certified for ISO 26000 2010 internal auditor. Okay. And Sagar, please move on to next. All right. And so the structure of this course, this is a brief structure about the course. Okay. So first we will be explaining the introduction of this standard. Then we will be following explaining the revision and history. Then followed by the important concepts of the standard. Then we will be explaining the clause 1, which is scope. Then followed by explanation clause 2, which is terms and definition. Then followed by the clause 3, uh, understanding the social responsibility, then followed by clause 4, principle and social responsibility, principles of social responsibility, followed by clause 5, recognizing social responsibility and engaging stakeholders. Then we will be explaining clause number 6, which is guidance on the social
So full screen
responsibility.
करो.
Right. Then we will be explaining the clause number 6, guidance on the social responsibility and course subjects. Then followed by clause number 7, guidance on the integrating social responsibility throughout the organization. And at the last, there will be explanation on the internal auditing importance and how the internal audit is conducted. Next. All right. So after this, I would like to explain you that this is a Get Certified Internal Audit Training program. Okay, and at the completion of this training program, once you completed this training course at the end of this day, around 5:30 or 6 p.m. At the time of the completion, you will be receiving a training examination Google form link. Okay, and you have to submit your responses to for that questions. Okay, and 50% marks will be the qualifying criteria. The participants who qualified means getting 50% marks or above the 50% mark will be awarded with the certificates, and you becomes a certified internal auditor for this ISO standard, that is ISO 26000 2021 social responsibility. So objective of this course, first review the foundational concepts and purpose of social responsibility in an organization and context. Then understand the scope and guidelines of the ISO 26000 2021, including its core principles and structure. Then you will be learning how to integrate the social responsibility practice into the existing processes and corporate strategy. Then identify the actions and needed to ensure consistent alignment with the 26,000 2021 guidelines and promote ethical governance. Learn how auditing principles, techniques, and best practices for social responsibility in line with the ISO 9011 2018 guidelines. Next. So the introduction about the today's trainer. He's Mr. Atul Suri. He's BE and MBA BE in electrical and MBA. He's a certified lead auditor for below standards like ISO 9001, that is quality management system, then ISO 14001, environment management system, ISO 45001, the health and occupational management system, then ISO 50001, that is energy management system, ISO 22000, that is food safety management system, then ISO 27001, that is ISMS, information security management system, ISO 13485. Excuse, please, Sagar, please check who is unmuted and put them in on the muted only. Then ISO 13485, that is medical device quality management system, and ISO 26000, that we are having today training session, social responsibility. So Mr. Atul Suri sir, he is a BEE certified energy auditor. He has a professional experience of 30 years in the industry with a strong foundation in engineering and management. Then he also having 20 years of seasonal management system auditor experience as a trainer, as an auditor, as well as a trainer, and delivering his expertise across the multiple sectors. He worked with various top-notch certification bodies as a lead auditor and reviewer like Quality Asia, Intertech, Apave, Moody International, IRQS, and etc. Multi more. Next, please. So about the Quality Asia, the mission of the Quality Asia is to empower the organization with world-class quality standards and sustainable practices. And vision of the Quality Asia to be the leading provider of quality assurance and certification solutions in India. And Quality Asia is a NABCB accredited by the National Accreditation Board of Certification Body, that is NABCB, which means that their certifications are recognized internationally. Then Quality Asia ethical certification, we are committed to provide 100% audit and compliance services, ensuring the transparency and integrity in every certification we issue. Then we specialize in ISO 9001, ISO 13485, ISO 27, and many more standards, offering a full spectrum of certification services tailored to your organizational needs. Then we are providing free internal auditor training courses. We empower your team with a free training and helping you to build internal expertise and maintain a compliance with the international standards. Uh, like Quality Asia has a global reach and local touch, serving clients across the multiple Indian cities and international locations. We combine global expertise with a personal local services. Commitment to excellence. Our mission is to support business in achieving and maintaining their certifications and unlocking new opportunities and improving operational efficiencies. So about our internal audit training programs, we are providing these training programs free of cost, and we are providing in the online platform. Like today is in the Google Meet, we are providing it. And to the at every month of the session, we are providing a single training in each month. Okay, so you can just attend this training program and get certified yourself and enhance your expertise also. Okay, and we have a flexible learning options as well. Those candidates who are not able to attend this training program or left the training program due to any kind of urgency or urgent work, so in that case they can just go to our website and attend our training program and submit their responses and get certified for the these ISO trainings. And for our mission for this training program, we are dedicated to increase the awareness of the ISO standards and enhancing the internal auditor competence of the industrial professionals. Our goal is to uplift the industry operational standards by empowering professionals with the knowledge and skills they need to drive the excellence in the organization. Next, Sagar. So from now onwards, I am just handing over this training session to our respected Atul Suri sir. I requested Atul Suri sir to please initiate with the training session.
Okay, so good
Thank you.
morning to all, and today's session is ISO 26000 Social Responsibility. So this session is in continuation to the other training programs which we have already conducted. That is, we started off with ISO 9001 2015, which is Quality Management System Standard. Then we talked about ISO 14001 2015, which is Environmental Management System Standard. Then we also covered ISO 45001 2018, which is Occupational Health and Safety Management System Standard. We also covered Food Safety Management System Standard, that is ISO 22,000 2018, and we also covered ISO 50001, which is Energy Management System Standard, and 13485, which is basically medical devices standard. So this standard is ISO 26000 social responsibility. So this standard requirements are basically a bit different from the other management system standards, and those all management system standards which we have covered earlier, basically they are governed by the high level structure. That is, they are normally have these clauses like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so that if you wish to implement multiple standards in your organization, that is integrated management system, then you can do that. But this particular standard ISO 26000, basically it's a social responsibility standard, and it is not an auditable standard, which that means it is not an accredited standard. It is basically giving you the requirements. Of course, unaccredited certificates can be obtained, which is basically demonstrating your organization's compliance to the social responsibility. Now, social responsibility, it is a bit different subject, and it is more related to the moral and ethical behavior of an organization. So can you move to next slide, please? So what is the social responsibility? What is the meaning of social responsibility? Social responsibility means the responsibility of an organization for the impact of its decisions and its activities on the society as well as the environment through transparent and ethical behavior. So basically what the organizations are expected to demonstrate. So whatever activities, whatever processes, whether you are in the manufacturing sector, whether you are in service sector, school, college, hospital, whatever it is, any kind of organization, it needs to demonstrate social and ethical behavior which is transparent, which is as per laws, and which contributes to the sustainable development for the organization as well as for the country. So what we are talking about in social responsibility is the responsibility of an organization for the impact of its decisions and activities on society as well as the environment by following a transparent and ethical behavior which contributes to the sustainable development and which considers the expectations of stakeholders. Who are these stakeholders? These are basically interested parties like regulatory bodies are there, your suppliers are there, society is there in general, your neighborhood industries are there, your suppliers are there, your employees are there. So basically, you need to consider the needs and expectations of your stakeholders also while discharging the social responsibility. And most importantly, you have to comply with the applicable law of the country, and your social responsibility has to be consistent with the international norms of behavior, because these social compliance laws, applicable laws, they are based on some national or international standards. So you have to comply with the international standards also, but more importantly, the applicable laws are the laws of the country where your organization is. And this social responsibility has to be integrated throughout the organization through your practices, and it has to be practiced in its relationship. So that means if it is a multi site, multi location organization, so these social responsibility or ethical behavior or transparency, it has to be demonstrated throughout the organization. Yes, next. So now what is sustainable development? The meaning of sustainable development is the development which is able to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. For example, let us say nowadays we are talking about green energy. Now, green energy, if you uh, like now in India, it is now more than 40-45% the energy which is generated is green energy. Green energy means renewable energy, that is solar energy or wind energy. Okay, so but if you are using thermal power plants, so basically thermal power plants are polluting. And then these thermal plants, if they are complying with the applicable environmental regulations, okay, but still, basically they affect the environment. So when we talk about sustainable development, we talk about the development which is able to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. That means we should not pollute the environment to such an extent. Already we are facing these problems of pollution, especially in Delhi and NCR and in other big cities of the country also. So basically, when we are doing any development activity, when we are building some new industry, when we are building some new plant and machinery, when we are building some even the housing or residential complexes or industrial complexes, so we need to take care of the technology which is good for the future. Next. So what is this ISO 26000 standard? This ISO 26000 standard, it is an international guidance standard. So the point to note here is international guidance standard, because if you read the standard 26,000, so everywhere you will find the user word should. But if you read other international standards which we have already discussed like 9001, 14,001, etc. So there the requirements are given in the terms of shall. So the organization shall do this and organization shall do that. So that shall means mandatory. But since it is a guidance standard, so if you read this ISO 26000 standard, it uses the terminology which is should. So should is like a recommendation. So that is why this is a international guidance standard on social responsibility. And but the basic objective of this standard is to help the organizations operating in a socially responsible manner. And this standard was published in 2010, but thereafter is no change in the standard. So as of 2025 also, the standard holds good. So why it is important, why this ISO 26000 standard compliance is important for the organizations is, so because it basically encourages ethical business conduct, and it helps organizations to contribute to sustainable development. And also, like in all other management system standards, the need and expectations of stakeholders are there. So here also it strengthens relationships with the stakeholders. So uh, this international standard, basically it is a guidance standard on social responsibility. Uh, the objective is to help the organizations operate in a socially responsible manner. That means the social obligations to be discharged completely by the organizations. So why it is important? Because it helps the organization in doing the business ethically. That is ethical business conducting. Then it helps organizations to contribute to sustainable development, and also it strengthens the organization's relationship with various stakeholders like regulatory bodies, customers, suppliers, etc. Next. So how this standard defines the social responsibility? Social responsibility is the responsibility of an organization for the impacts of its decisions and activities on the society and the environment through transparent and ethical behavior. So ultimately, which contributes to sustainable development, including the health and welfare of society. It takes into account the needs and expectations of various stakeholders, and ultimately you have to comply with all applicable regulations. So it is in compliance with applicable laws and consistent with international norms of behavior. And then this is integrated into various processes of the organization throughout the organization, especially if it is a multi-site, multi-location organization, and practiced in its relationships. So basically, social responsibility is the responsibility of the organization for impact of its decisions and activities on society and environment through transparent and ethical behavior. Next, why this social responsibility is important? Because there are certain global concerns also, like human rights, labor practices, environmental impact, occupational health and safety. So when you are complying with social responsibility, then you are taking care of those things. And of course, all these are governed by local laws also, like human rights, you have labor laws, labor practices, environmental impact, you have environmental rules and regulations, occupational health and safety, you have Factory Act, Factory Rules, Shops and Establishment Act, and various applicable acts related to health and safety. Then it enhances corporate reputation and stakeholder trust, because once you are a socially responsible organization, especially if the organization is a listed company means it's a public listed committee, organization listed in the stock market. So social responsibility, corporate governance, good corporate governance, these are very essential things. And let us say something negative happens with the organization, some unethical practice of the organization is exposed, then there is a complete loss of trust. Because see, nowadays in stock markets, various financial institutions, they are basically stakeholders of the big companies. They are holding percentage like 30%, 40%, different percentage of shares of those companies they are holding. And whenever some negative news related to some unethical behavior of the organization is highlighted, the stock price crashes. So ultimately it is in the interest of the organization also to follow all and discharge all the obligations with respect to the applicable laws, especially governing the income tax, human rights, labor practices, environmental regulations, occupational health and safety regulations. So if you are discharging your organization's social responsibility in an ethical manner, in a transparent manner, and complying with all the regulations, so it enhances corporate reputation and stakeholder trust. So stock market especially, because stock market means the valuation of the organization. They always basically give premium to those organizations which are following ethical practices. Like if you talk about in India, we talk about Tata Group. So Tata Group is most ethical group in the country, and that is where the various stocks of the organization, various group companies, they are commanding premium with respect to peers. And the other responsibility of social responsibility is that it aligns businesses with ethical and sustainable practices, and ultimately it helps organizations in meeting regulatory and all societal expectations. Next. So increasing social responsibility contributes to a vicious circle where each action strengthens the organization and the community, encouraging sustainable development. So ultimately, it helps the organization, like you get loyalty of your workers, you get loyalty of your customers, even you get loyalty of the investors. As I told, in stock market, uh, those organizations which have good ethical reputation, they are always given a premium price with respect to their peers. So it is not only the loyalty of workers and customers, it is also the loyalty of the investors. And these investors are basically big investors, foreign institutional investors. So ultimately, the overall wealth of the organization increases and it gets easily funded for future expansion. So basically, it helps in the growth of the organization also. So then you have good community relationship, and then finally fair operating practices. So social compliance with the social responsibility, it increases basically organization strength with respect to serving the community, with respect to the loyalty of workers, customers, as well as the investors. Regulatory bodies also get a trust in that particular organization, and ultimately all this is due to fair operating practices. So the organization has got good community relations also. Next. So, like this standard, basically, it is a guidance standard. So, when you are implementing ISO 26000 requirements in your organization, so you need to understand and assess the social responsibility impact. For various projects, like for example, some hydroelectric power project is to be built, or some thermal power plant is to be built, or like very big projects, basically they have to do this social economical survey also. There is a regulation which is part of their draft report. So they, because sometimes local community is affected. If you are setting up a hydroelectric power plant in some hilly area, so definitely the neighboring community is affected. If you are setting up some aluminium plant, or say very big plants, chemical plant, fertilizer plant, so definitely though these plants create employment, but these plants also basically sometimes because of land acquisition, because of, let us say, polluting processes, etc., they affect the local community also. So basically, before setting up those plants, before taking approval from the government or the regulatory bodies, the big organization, they need to do a social impact assessment also. So when you are implementing ISO 26000, it helps you to understand and assess the social responsibility impact of your activities and processes. Then when you are implementing ISO 26000, because a lot of stakeholders are there are investors, there are regulatory bodies, there are customers, there are suppliers, service providers, neighboring industries. So basically, when you implement ISO 26000 standard, it helps in engaging the various stakeholders in decision making processes also. And it, this ISO 26000 standard helps you in integrating your organization's social responsibility into business strategy also. And finally, you have to monitor, you need to evaluate, and you need to improve and discharge your corporate social responsibility initiatives also. So ultimately, this implementation of ISO 26000 helps you in understanding and assessing social responsibility impacts. It helps you in engaging various stakeholders in decision-making process. It helps you in integrating social responsibility into the various business processes or the business strategy of the organization. And it helps in monitoring, evaluating, and improving the corporate social responsibility initiatives. Next. So what are the benefits of implementing ISO 26000? So as I said, it enhances your brand reputation and trust. I gave you the example of Tata Group. Then it helps you in improved regulatory compliance, because you have to comply with all the applicable regulatory requirements. Let it be related to labor laws, let it be related to corporate governance or the Companies Act, let it be related to occupational health and safety. let it be related to environmental regulations. So basically, ISO 26000 is a combination of compliance of regulatory requirements related to labor laws, related to environmental laws, related to corporate governance or Companies Act or the statutory part, and with respect to occupational health safety requirements also. So basically, it is multiple standards under one single umbrella. So ISO 26000 helps you in improved regulatory compliance. Then this standard helps in increasing the employee and customer satisfaction also. Customer satisfaction because customers are basically having the belief that the organization is following all the regulations. Now these regulations also relate to the product related regulations as well as the organizational related regulations. Increase employee morale also because work environment is better, occupational health and safety requirements are being taken care, regulatory requirements with respect to labor laws, etc., they are being complied. So ultimately, it helps in increasing the employee satisfaction also. And then lot of corporate social responsibility initiatives are taken. So it creates a positive social and environmental impact activities also. And finally, adopting ISO 26000 principles can create long-term value for the organizations, employees, as well as the society. Next. So if you see the structure of this standard, it is bit different from other standards which we have discussed so far in our previous sessions, like ISO 9001, ISO 14001, ISO 45001, ISO 22000, 27001, 50001, 13485. So all those standards basically had clauses 1 to 10, where 1, 2, 3 were the introductory part, and clause number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 were the implementable clauses. But here, if you see, clause 1 talks about the scope, clause 2 talks about terms and definition, clause 3 is about understanding your social responsibility. Clause 4 is understanding the principles of social responsibility. Clause 5 is recognizing social responsibility and engaging various stakeholders. Clause 6 is guidance on social responsibility core subjects. And clause 7 is guidance on integrating social responsibility throughout an organization. So basically, the implementable clauses are clause number 5 to 7. I'll repeat once again. Clause 3 is understanding the social responsibility. Clause 4 is principles of social responsibility. Clause 5 is recognizing social responsibility and engaging with stakeholders. Clause 6 is guidance on social responsibility core subjects. And clause 7 is guidance on integrating social responsibility throughout an organization. Next. So this gives you an overview, schematic overview of ISO 26000 2010 standard. Scope. So clause number 1 is scope, which talks about guidance to all type of organizations regardless of their size or location. Then clause 2 is terms and definitions, which gives you definition of key terms. Clause 3 is understanding social responsibility. So it talks about history and characteristics and relationship between social responsibility and sustainable development. Then clause 4 talks about principles of social responsibility, which are accountability, transparency, ethical behavior, respect for stakeholder interests, respect for the rules of law, respect for international norms of behavior, and respect for human rights. So I will repeat once again clause number 4. Principles of social responsibility. What are these? Accountability. We will discuss these in detail in subsequent slides. So there is accountability, there is transparency, there is ethical behavior, the respect for stakeholder interests, respect for the rule of law, respect for international norms of behavior, and respect for human rights. Fine. Then clause number 5 is there. There are two fundamental practices of social responsibility: recognizing social responsibility and stakeholder identification and engagement. Then clause 6 talks about core subjects of social responsibility. So these are organizational governance, human rights, labor practices, taking care of the environment, fair operating practices, consumer issues, community and community involvement and development. So I'll repeat once again. So these are class 6 social responsibility core subjects, organizational governance. So we are talking about human rights, we are talking about labor practices, we are talking about the work environment, the overall environment, we are talking about fair operating practices, we are talking about consumer issues, we are talking about community involvement and development. So basically all related actions and expectations are there. And finally, clause 7 is about integrating social responsibility throughout the organization. So we have basically we have to practice these social responsibility core subjects throughout the organization. That is practices for integrating social responsibility throughout an organization. So what you see various requirements are the relationship of an organization's characteristics to the social responsibility, understanding the social responsibility of the organization, then voluntary initiatives for the social responsibility, enhancing credibility regarding the social responsibility, reviewing and improving an organization's actions and practices related to the social responsibility, and communication on social responsibility. And these are basically linking with the sustainable development, that is organization's contribution to the sustainable development, and getting the inputs from understanding your social responsibility, that is history and characteristics, relationship between social responsibility and sustainable development, and following the principles of social responsibility, that is accountability, transparency, ethical behavior, the respect for stakeholder interests, the respect for rules of the law, the respect for international norms of behavior, and the respect for human rights. Next. So, social responsibility of organizations. So, basically, uh, social contract. So, businesses have obligations towards the society. The elements of social responsibility reflect the expectations of the society, and today the relationship with society and the impact on environment are factors for judging a company's performance. So, the important thing to understand is the relationship with the society and the environment and the impact on environment are the factors for judging an organization's performance. So social responsibility applies not only to the businesses. So basically businesses have obligations towards the society, and these obligations are also through some applicable laws or regulations. So organizations have to discharge the social responsibility, and accordingly the credibility or the reputation of the organization is generated, because all good organizations contributing to the social causes and fulfilling their uh, responsibilities through the obligation, through the compliance of applicable regulations, additional additional compliances which are voluntary. So such kind of organizations always get a respect in the society, and they are also rewarded by their customers as well as their investors and various stakeholders. Next. So then there are different international organizations also which are contributing to these social compliances. So there is United Nations Global Impact. So there is United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. Then International Labour Organization is there, which formulates various regulations, and these are being complied internationally. Then there are United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Then we have Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Guidelines, OECD guidelines. Then we have UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. And then we have global reporting also. So these are international norms. I will repeat once again. UN Declaration of Human Rights, ILO, the regulations and the various protocols which are prepared by ILO and which are being followed by organizations throughout the world. Then we have United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Then we have Organization for Economic Coordination and Development guidelines are there. Then United Nations Working Group on Business and Human Rights are there, and global reporting initiatives are also there. So all these contribute to ISO 26000 compliance.
So dear participants, there is a workshop. I would like to inform you that these workshops are provided in the training session to make this training session more interactive. And the scan has the barcode has been shown on the screen. You can just scan this barcode and submit your questionnaires. And also, I request Sagar kindly share the link in the chat box.
Yes, it is shared, sir.
All right, Sagar, thank you. So you can also access the questionnaires from the by accessing the link in the chat box, and we will wait for a few responses to receive. Then we will initiate with the stats. Sagar, please let me inform once we receive the few responses. All right,
Yes, I will let you know.
right, Sagar. Yeah, so Ranjana ji submitted the response. Great, Ranjana ji. Mr. Sanjay Rajput submitted. Great, Sanjay ji. Ansari ji submitted. Mr. Rahul Sharma. Again, Ansari ji, very great. And Mr. Prabhakar, Rahul ji submitted. Mr. Prabhakar submitted the response. Great. We are getting the responses. Yeah, great. All right. So we have received 16 responses. So we are going with the stats. So first question for the workshop. Which of the option best encapsulates the primary purpose of the introduction in ISO 26000 standard? And the correct answer for this question: to provide a historical overview and establish the significance of the social responsibility. So, and the correct answer, the percentage for this correct answer is 83. So again, congratulations to all who have submitted the correct answer. Next, all right, okay, we started with the another question, no problem. So first question for the workshop, what is the primary purpose of ISO 26000? And the correct answer for this question is to provide guidance on social responsibility. And the percentage for the correct answer is 66 percentage. Congratulations. And the 33 percentage, the answers are the wrong ones, that is submitted to certify organization for social responsibility. So I request a participant to kindly listen and be attentive during the training session so that you can submit a maximum responses the correct answer. Next, please. The second question is, which of the following is not a core subject of ISO 26000? And the correct answer, financial reporting. And 94% answers are the correct ones. Again, congratulations to all who have submitted the correct answer. Next, please. Third question, in context of ISO 26000 social responsibility is the best defined as. And the correct answer, an organization's commitment to sustainable development by addressing its social and environmental impact. And 90 percentage answers are the correct answers. Again, congratulations and kudos to all. Next, please. Fourth question, how does ISO 26000 differ from other standards management, ISO management system standards? And right answer, it provides guidelines rather than requirements. So Atul sir has already told that in other standards, it is mentioned that shall is mentioned in the standard, and in this standard particularly should is mentioned. So basically that is a guideline and it is a requirement. Next, Sagar. Fifth question, which option best encapsulates the primary purpose of the introduction ISO 26000 and 2000, which I already mentioned in starting. We started from the fifth question, no problem. So the correct answer for this question, the provide a historical overview and establish significance of the social responsibility. And 80% answer are the correct answers. So again, kudos to all and congratulations to all. And I request all participants to actively participate in this workshop. It definitely shows that how attentive and how carefully you are attending the training session, and automatically it will enhance your knowledge and expertise. All right, thank you. And I request Atul Suri sir to resume the training session.
Okay, so we are starting with clause 4, but I think some mistake has happened because clause 3 Slides I'm not finding here. Okay, no problem. I'll just brief you about clause 3 also, because clause 3 talks about understanding the social responsibility. So if you talk about, we'll come to clause 4 later on. Sagar, you have to add clause 3 slides also before you circulate these PPTs to all the participants. So I'll just explain clause 3. Clause 3 is about understanding the social responsibility. So 3.1 is about the social responsibility of organizations, historical background. So this term social responsibility came widespread use early 1970s, although various aspects of social responsibility were the subject of action by organizations and governments as far as back as in late 19th century and some instances earlier also. So this term social responsibility became prominent in 70s onwards, and although earlier it was considered to be subject of governments. And so this is how this social responsibility applicability of organization started, and now with uh, in last 50 years, 60 years, so this has become all the more very important for the organizations. So attention to social responsibility has in the past focused primarily on the business, and this term corporate social responsibility is basically more familiar to those people who are working in the organizations, because here we talk about corporate social responsibility. So social responsibility is one subject, but when we are talking about this subject applicable for organizations, so this is more applicable, more prominently known as corporate social responsibility, because for corporate social responsibility there are financial and other obligations also. So the view that social responsibility is applicable to all organizations emerged as different type of organizations, and not just those in the business world recognized that they too had responsibilities for contributing to social development. So this activity became more prominent when the organizations all across the world, they realized that we have to contribute to the sustainable development also. The elements of social responsibility reflect the expectations of society at a particular time and are therefore liable to change. So these social responsibility is also very dynamic subject, because social responsibility concerns, and as the society's concerns change, the expectations of organization and also the obligations of the organization with respect to the social responsibilities also change, because earlier notion of social responsibility was like giving charity, but now other things have emerged, more importantly labor practices and fair operating practices. So social responsibility is not about charity only or giving charity, it is more appropriate as of now about meeting the labor practices and fair operating practices, and also all applicable regulations with respect to occupational health and safety, environment, consumer protection, then countering fraud, corruption. Now there is an anti-bribery standard also, ISO standard. So over a period of time, these have become more relevant and these have also got more attention. So the values or the core responsibilities of organization under social responsibilities have also changed over a period of time, especially in last 50 years. And social responsibilities is not about giving charity only. Social responsibility is more about following the applicable laws, labor practices, regulations, fair operating practices, taking care of environment, taking care of occupational health and safety for the employees, taking care of human rights, consumer protection, countering fraud, as well as prevention of corruption. So these core values, core subjects have basically dominated in last few years. So then 3.2 talks about recent trends in social responsibility. When you get this PPT, you will get slides related to clause number 3 also. So as of now, I'm just explaining what are the requirements or what is mentioned in clause number 3, various sub clauses. So recent trends in social responsibilities. So this awareness of social responsibilities of organizations is also increasing because of globalization, greater ease of mobility, accessibility, and growing availability of instantaneous communication means that individuals and organizations around the world, they are finding it easier to know about the decisions and activities of the organization in both nearby as well as distant locations because of ease of various tools, WhatsApp, video calling, different tools are there. So nowadays communication mediums are are very fast. So awareness is also increasing. Social media presence of organizations is increasing. So whatever good things they are doing for the society, they are posting. Uh, Basically, it's like a publicity for the organizations also. So ultimately, these factors provide opportunity for organizations to benefit from learning new ways of doing things and solving problems. So this means that organizations' decisions and activities are subject to increased scrutiny also as well by a wide variety of groups and individuals, and policies or practices applied by the organizations in different locations can also be readily compared. Like you must be seeing lots of videos, reels, etc. Somebody had a good experience with some airline, so he or she is sharing on social media, and vice versa also. Somebody having bad experience is also shared equally fast. So let it be a good food served in the airlines, or let it be a bad food served in the airlines, or for that matter hospitality also, because see, nowadays social media is very fast, very prompt. So that way, whatever initiatives, whatever decisions organizations are taken, they cannot hide it from the public. So first of all, especially for larger organizations, public listed organizations, there are compliance from SEBI also in India, which is Securities and Exchange Board of India, which governs the applicable rules, regulations, listing regulations for the organizations. So they cannot, it is not like the organization take and take some decision and it will be hidden from the public or the shareholders or the stakeholders. So that way, once the information and communication is fast, so the scrutiny by the wide group of people and wide group of individuals is also fast. So that way it is good as well as bad, because you cannot hide your bad activities, organization's bad activities, and then if you're doing good and you're sharing, then you're getting good publicity also. And most of the organizations, big organizations, they are multinationals also, they are operating in different countries, and the global nature of certain environment and health issues, recognition of worldwide responsibility for combating poverty, growing financial and economic interdependence, and several geographically dispersed value chain means that the matters which are relevant for the organization may extend well beyond those existing in the immediate area where the organization is located. It's not that if the organization is located in India, then, and of course, it may be having some branches outside India also. So anything governing Indian operations immediately comes to the notice of overseas branches, or likewise for other multinational companies also. Any decision which they're taking in their parent country, for example in US, definitely repercussion of that comes in India or other countries also where they are operating. So because of globalization, so all these things have become very prominent and easy to share. And over several years of globalization, so basically there is an increase in impact of different type of organizations, including those in the private sector, NGOs, government, on the community and the environment. And then there are international regulations also. For example, Rio Declaration on Environment and Development. Then there is a Johannesburg Declaration on Sustainable Development. Then Millennium Development Goals are there. And most importantly, ILO's International Labour Organization Declaration on Fundamental Principle and Rights at Work are there. So which emphasize the worldwide interdependence. So nowadays, due to globalization, the countries, the organizations, they are interdependent on each other. Like in last few weeks, you must be hearing about the tariff war which is going on. Trump imposes tariffs on various countries, and then there are retaliatory tariffs also. So that means the even though India is not part of it as of now, India's tariff retaliation, tariffs, etc., they will kick in next month. But definitely it affects the parent country also, and it affects the country which is importing the goods also. So the idea is that whole world has become interdependent, and there are NGOs and various companies which are providers of many services which are usually offered by government, particularly in countries where governments have certain challenges or constraints, or they are not able to provide services in some areas. Like basically we are talking about developing countries where poverty is there, where challenges are there, or the countries which are affected by war. So there the problems relate to health, education, welfare, etc. So basically, when especially for multinational organizations, when they are discharging their social responsibility obligations, then they are spreading their services or providing their assistance to such backward areas or areas where they require these kind of services, for example, in health, education, and welfare. And in times of economic and financial crisis, organizations basically need to sustain their activities related to social responsibilities, because such crises have a significant impact on more vulnerable groups like the people who are affected, and thus suggest a greater need for increased social responsibility. So this also presents particular opportunities for integrating various social, economic, and environmental considerations more effectively into policy reforms and the organization's decisions and activities. So here government also has got a crucial role to play for realizing these opportunities. So this was about 3.2, the recent trends in social responsibility. Then there are characteristics of social responsibility. So this includes the expectations of society. So social responsibility involves understanding the broader expectation of society. And one fundamental principle of social responsibility is respect for the rule of law and compliance with legally binding obligations. So it is like that ki once you are discharging your social responsibilities, the most important thing is, or the most fundamental principle is, respect for the rule of law and compliance with legally binding obligations. So as a part of social responsibility, whatever legal requirement is applicable, legal binding obligation is there for your organization, you have to complete it. And social responsibility entails actions beyond legal compliance also, because legal compliance is bare minimum, but you can do uh, additional things also. So it extends beyond the legal compliance and recognition of obligations to others that are not legally binding. So these obligations arise out of widely shared ethical and other values. And then the governing principles for such obligations and socially responsible behavior are certain norms also, certain international declarations also. Like for example, there is a Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and there is Johannesburg Declaration on Sustainable Development, and there are other things also. So basically, clause 6, when we study, the clause 6 considers the core subjects of social responsibilities. And these core subjects include various issues which helps an organization to identify its main impact on society. And we will discuss about these things in detail in clause number 6. Then there is 3.3.3, which talks about the role of stakeholders in social responsibility, because there are various stakeholders for the organization. So we need to identify them. Identification of and engagement with stakeholders are fundamental to social responsibility. An organization should determine who has the interest in its decision and activities. So that means various stakeholders, so that it can understand its impact and how to address them. So these stakeholders help an organization identify the relevance of various matters to its decisions and activities. And so basically, the role of stakeholders will be discussed in clause number 4.5 also, as you can see, the respect of stakeholder respect of stakeholder interests. So we'll be talking about this in clause number 4.5. And then there is a responsibility relationship between social responsibility and sustainable development also. So sustainable development is a widely accepted concept and guiding objective which gained international recognition following the publication of 1987 report of United Nations World Commission on Environment and Development. So one report was published in 1987, which was basically on environment and development. So there onwards, 1987 onwards, this sustainable development term became more acceptable and more understood by the organizations. Sustainable development is about meeting the needs of society while living within the planet's ecological limits and without jeopardizing the ability of future generations to meet their needs. For example, let us say we talk about electricity. Now, electricity requirement is increasing day by day, especially now with global warming, even temperatures are running very high. So that means demand of electricity for cooling purpose, even winters are extreme winters, so heating requirements are also there, and electricity is required for industrial growth also. So the need for electricity is increasing. So that means you need to, or the country needs to create power plants. Now, if you have power plants which are basically thermal power plants only, so what will happen? Thermal power plants are basically based on coal. So coal is polluting. So basically what happens? Your present demand is met, but you are polluting the environment. So that means for future generations, you are creating an environment which is full of pollution. Harmful pollutants exist in the environment. So what is the need of the hour? To have some renewable energy. So that is why government of India is also promoting renewable energy in the form of solar energy, in the form of wind energy. And now, as per the current estimate, I think around 45% or more. It is less than 50% as of now, but between 45-47%, whatever energy is being generated in India, that is through renewable energy. Either it is a solar power plant, or it is a wind plant, or hydroelectric energy also. Hydroelectric power plant, basically they use water. So water is recirculated through the turbine, so they don't use any fuel. So that is also considered as a renewable energy. So this is how you focus on, or you contribute to the sustainable development. So that means you are basically meeting the needs of the society, the current needs, but you are not affecting the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So sustainable development is very important principle of ISO 26000, as well as discharging your responsibilities, or as ISO 26000, or basically the social responsibilities. So basically this sustainable development has got three dimensions, which are economic, social, and environmental, and these dimensions are interdependent on each other. For example, when we talk about elimination of poverty, it requires promotion of social justice and economic development and protection of the environment. So like government of India is creating jobs for the weaker sections to eliminate poverty, and lot of work has been done in last 10-15 years also on that aspect. So if you see the government data also, the number of people without poverty line has come down. But how this elimination of poverty will happen? This will happen only when there is an industrial growth, like India's GDP growth. This is the best in the world as of now for last several years, because a lot of development is happening. Lot of government jobs are, not only government jobs, basically jobs in private sector, public sector, government jobs are being created. So so basic requirement is economic development. But then when we are doing economic development, then we have to take care of human labor practices also, labor laws also. Then we have to take care of uh, and protect environment also. So basically we need to do a balancing act. So the all the three dimensions, that is economic, social, and environment, they have to be fairly balanced for the sustainable development. And the importance of these objectives has been reiterated over the years since 1987 in various international forums also. For example, United Nations Conference on Environment and Development in 1992, and World Summit on Sustainable Development in 2002. So this is what is covered in 3.3.5, relationship between social responsibility and sustainable development. We will add the related slides also before forwarding to you. And 3.4 is about the state and social responsibility. So the proper functioning of state is indispensable for sustainable development. The role of the state is essential in ensuring the effective application of laws and regulations so as to foster a culture of compliance within the law. So state means the regulatory bodies. It can be central government, it can be state government, it can be a municipal corporation, any regulatory body which is responsible for the compliance of applicable laws. So state has a responsibility towards social responsibility also. So government organizations, like any other organizations, can also use this international standard to inform their policies, decisions, and activities related to aspects of social responsibility. Because a lot of social responsibility activities are discharged by government also. They formulate policies, they formulate policies for upliftment of poor, they formulate policies for better employment opportunities. They create policies for, let us say, for example, giving financial freedom to ladies also. Some schemes are there for them also for their education. So all these things are the responsibility of the government. Fine. So now we come to, can you go back? Clause number 4. Principle. Now we come to clause number 4, that is principles of social responsibility. So there is 4.1, which talks about general requirements. 4.2 is accountability. 4.3 is transparency. 4.4 is ethical behavior. 4.5 is respect of stakeholder interest. 4.6 is respect for the rule of law. 4.7 is respect for international norms of behavior, and 4.8 is respect for human rights. Next. So the principles of social responsibility are ethical behavior, that means the organization should behave ethically. Transparency, organization should be transparent in its decisions and activities which impact the society as well as the environment. Then you need to show respect for stakeholders' interests also. Organization should respect, consider, and respond to interests of its stakeholders. Accountability has to be there. The organization should be accountable for its impact on society, economy, and the environment. Next, respect for international norms of behavior. Organization should respect international norms of behavior while adhering to the principles of respect for the rule of law. Then respect for human rights. Organization should respect human rights and accept their importance and their universality. And most importantly, respect for the rule of the law. Organization should accept that respect for the law, respect for the rule of law is mandatory. Next, 4.2, accountability. An organization should be accountable for its impact. See, this is a guidance standard, so that is where you will not find the use of word shall. So everywhere it is should. So should is basically you need to do it. Organization should be accountable for its impact on society, economy, and the environment. And organization should also accept appropriate scrutiny and respond accordingly. So what are the key responsibilities of accountability? First is obligation of management to be answerable to various stakeholders. Now, who are these stakeholders? As is there in other international standards, stakeholders are basically interested parties. The employees are stakeholders, the customers are stakeholders, the regulatory bodies are stakeholders, the investors are stakeholders, the neighboring communities stakeholders, neighboring industries stakeholders, society stakeholders. So basically, there are different stakeholders. So first of all, the management has to accept its obligation towards the stakeholders. So that means they are answerable to those stakeholders. Then, most importantly, accountability is about compliance with various laws and regulations. So these laws and regulations are related to various segments, like there are laws related to means labor laws, labor practices. Then there are laws related to environmental things. There are laws and regulations with respect to, if you are a listed company in the stock market, then there are certain listing obligations also, which all publicly listed organizations they have to comply with. Then there are laws and regulations with respect to product also, product safety, product characteristics. There are laws and regulations with respect to occupational health and safety also. For example, factory rules, uh, factory act compliance, shops and establishment act regulation. Or if you are in the construction and industry, then there is building and other construction worker regulations. So whatever laws and regulations are applicable for the company, you have to comply with that, and that is a key aspect of the accountability. Then you have to be answerable to the affected parties and society in general. And the accountability also varies organization to organization depending upon the impact and circumstances. Next. So importance and implication of implementation accountability. So why this accountability matters? Because ultimately it enhances the trust and credibility of the organization, and it basically encourages better decision making and oversight, and it also helps prevent and address any wrongdoings. So once the accountability is there, so the trust and credibility of the organization will improve, the decision making will be better, and it will help you to prevent and address any wrongdoing. So how you need to implement accountability? So basically you need to have a regular assessment and reporting on social, environmental and economic impacts of the organization's activities. Then you need to take periodically actions to prevent and correct the negative consequences. And also you need to align your decision making with stakeholder expectations and regulatory framework. Next. So 4.3 is transparency. So the requirement is that the organization should be transparent in its decisions and activities which impact society and the environment. And as a especially in case of listed organization, there are certain obligations of disclosures also. So your disclosure should be clear, accurate, complete, and accessible to relevant stakeholders. So these stakeholders can be company's board of directors, these can be the regulatory bodies, approving authorities, these can be your big investors, these can be your customers, employees, etc., etc. All applicable stakeholders, that is the relevant stakeholders, the organization's disclosure should be clear, accurate, complete, and they should have access to all this information. And key aspects of transparency are that this information should be timely, factual, and objective. And this will help various stakeholders assess the organizational impact. But transparency does not mean disclosing proprietary, privilege, or legally restricted information. So there is confidentiality part also. So you need to preserve that confidentiality also, because everything cannot be put in the public domain, because there are certain proprietary information also, certain privileged information, certain formulations, certain confidential information of the organization. So and certain information, especially for government organizations, there are legally restricted information also, because sometimes that information can be sensitive, sometimes can be then information can be linked with the national interest also, or national safety security also. So such kind of information need not be disclosed, but yes, other information, especially which impact the society and environment in general, that should be disclosed. So important thing is that this transparency information should be timely, factual, and objective, so that it helps various stakeholders assess the organizational impact on various activities. And wherever some proprietary, privileged, or legally restricted information is there, the organization should not disclose. So basically what is required is organization should be transparent regarding the identity. Just 1 minute. Organization should be transparent regarding the purpose, nature, and location of its activities, the identity of any controlling interests in the activities of the organization, the manner in which the decisions are made, implemented, and reviewed, including the definition of roles, responsibilities, accountabilities, and authorities across the different functions in the organization, and the standards and criteria against which the organization evaluates its own performance related to social responsibility, the performance on relevant and significant issues of social responsibility, the sources, amounts, and application of its funds, the known and likely impact of its decisions and activities on various stakeholders, society, economy, and the environment, and the stakeholders and the criteria and procedures used to identify, select, and engage them. Next. Yeah, so same thing, areas of transparency, purpose, nature, and location of activities, controlling interest in the organization, decision-making processes and accountability structure, performance evaluation criteria and standards, financial transparency with respect to the sources, amounts, and user funds, the impact on society, economy, and the environment, and the stakeholder engagement, selection, and engagement criteria. Next, so 4.4 is ethical behavior. So organization should behave ethically, upholding values of honesty, equity, and integrity. So this involves concern for people, sometimes animals also. For example, some medical pharmaceutical companies, they do some trials on animals and the environment. And decisions should consider stakeholder interest and societal impact. So key aspects of ethical behavior are organization should identify and communicate its core values. The ethical governance structure should exist in the organization, and the organization has to promote adherence to ethical standards in its various activities. Next, so how do we ensure that ethical behavior is followed? So for that, organization need to have ethical standards relevant to the organization. Then you need to have mechanisms to implement it, implement oversight mechanisms to monitor and enforce this ethics. And especially wherever some conflict of interest situation happens, then you need to prevent and resolve those conflict of interest. One of the most important aspect of ethical behavior is to prevent conflict of interest. Then organization should also encourage ethical reporting without any fear of retaliation. The organization should also address legal and cultural changes that may conflict with the ethics, and ensure ethical treatment of human subjects in research, and promote animal welfare in operations affecting their lives. For example, certain trials which are done on animals. Next, then respect for stakeholder interests. 4.5 is respect for stakeholder interests. So there are different stakeholders and they have got different interests also. So organization should respect, consider, and respond to the interests of its stakeholders. So these stakeholders include owners, employees, board of directors, customers, suppliers, regulatory bodies, communities, neighboring industry, society in general. So different stakeholders have got different interests. So organization should show interest and respect for these stakeholders' interests also. And beyond legal obligations, organization should recognize and address stakeholder concerns. Sometimes stakeholders' concerns are also there, like organizations, especially the listed companies, they need to appoint independent directors. So sometimes these independent directors, because of some information or because of their own expertise or experience, they raise certain concerns. So those concerns have to be adequately addressed. So key aspects of stakeholder respect are stakeholders may have rights, claims, or interests that impact the organization, and organizations should balance stakeholder needs with broader societal expectations, and the engagement should be fair, transparent, and responsive. So for effective stakeholder engagement, what organization should do is they need to identify key stakeholders and their interests, then recognize and respect these stakeholder concerns and their legal rights, effectively engage and communicate with these stakeholders who significantly impact their operations, consider stakeholder influence in decision-making processes, align stakeholder expectations with the sustainable development goals, and also incorporate stakeholder views when you are making decisions in the organization. Next, most importantly, you have to respect the rule of the law, because one of the very important requirement of social responsibility is that you have to comply with all applicable laws and regulations. So as an organization, you must comply with all applicable laws and regulations. So first of all, you need to identify, like the organizations make a legal register. So they, in the legal register, they identify what all is applicable for them. And then in that particular law also, what exactly is the requirement for us. So basically, first of all, you make a legal register, identify what are the legal obligations for us, and then you need to comply with those obligations, the relevant uh, clauses or sub-clauses or sections of the applicable laws and regulations. So the rule of law ensures fairness, transparency, accountability, and organization must always remember that no organization or individual is above the law, including the governments, because lot many government organizations are also there. So they also need to follow whatever is applicable for them. Let it be in terms of um corporate governance, let it be in terms of labor practices or following labor laws or following environmental regulations or following occupational health and safety regulations or discharging their responsibility towards CSR, corporate social responsibility. So every organization should understand that nobody is above the law, including the government, and they have to follow, comply with all applicable regulations, and this ultimately ensures fairness, transparency, and accountability with respect to the compliance of social responsibility. So what needs to be considered when you are ensuring legal compliance? Laws and regulations must be written, publicly discussed, and disclosed and fairly enforced. So for example, if you read annual report of any stock market listed company, so in their annual statement, in addition to uh, the financial statement or the financial profitability or turnover and laws, etc. They also mentioned about what all laws are applicable for them and how they are discharging their responsibilities with respect to the laws. So important thing is laws and regulations must be written, publicly disclosed. So that's how they are disclosing that compliance of the organization to applicable laws to their stakeholders, shareholders, as well as to public in general, because they have to publish that they have to basically upload that annual statement in their website also in the column for investor relations. So that means anybody, even if you are not a shareholder of that company, but if you want to see how that company especially the listed company is complying with the applicable regulations, you can just download it and just read it how they are actually implementing it, because that is a requirement as per SEBI regulations, Securities and Exchange Board of India. So organizations should proactively ensure compliance and not just when laws are enforced. So when it comes to compliance to applicable regulations, it should be proactively done rather than when the law enforcers knock at your doors and say that you are not doing this, you are not doing that. And ultimately, this compliance prevents any legal risk, penalties, and reputational damage. Next. So for ensuring compliance with the rule of the law, what organization should do? Follow all legal requirements in every jurisdiction of operation. Ensure that activities and relationships align with the applicable legal frameworks. Then also you need to be updated on changes in laws and regulations, because these regulations keep on changing. For example, electricity rules. If you follow electricity rules, then there is a CA regulation, Central Electricity Authority regulations related to safety. So that regulation was first there in the year 2000, previous was year 2010. Now this regulation was revised in the year 2023. So there are certain safety regulations which have come up in the new regulation 2023, especially related to solar energy or electric vehicles or charging stations at EV charging stations, etc. So you have to keep yourself or the organization updated on those changes in laws and regulations. So stay informed on changes in laws and regulations. Then most importantly, because these obligations have to be implemented by the employees of the organization, the team of the organization, and applicable stakeholders. So you need to train your employees as well as stakeholders on these legal obligations, and you have to periodically review compliance through audits and assessments. Like you are doing audits for various management systems, 9001, 14001, 45001, etc., etc. So likewise here also you need to have periodic audit and assessment so that you can ensure that whatever is applicable for your organization, you are fulfilling it completely. Next, respect for international laws, norms of behavior. So as we discussed, there are international regulations also, there are international agencies also which are following labor laws like ILO, UN, GRI, OECD, etc. So whatever is applicable, we must comply with that also. So organization must, and because nowadays many organizations they are importing also, they are exporting also. So ultimately those international laws also become applicable for the organization. So organizations must respect international norms of behavior while complying with the national laws. So global ethical standards should also guide decisions even when local laws are weak or conflicting. And ultimately, aim should be to align with international human rights, environmental and social standards so as to ensure that your operations are executed responsibly. So key principles for the organizations to follow are: follow global ethical practices even if local laws are inadequate. So wherever you find some safety regulations are there, local laws are inadequate, then you need to follow global ethical practices and global good practices also. So just to give you an example, last month I visited Philippines for an audit. It was a mining company. So there I find that although they were complying with all the applicable requirements, but because of some reason or other, their laws, especially like electricity regulations, their laws were outdated, means they were not revised since 1970. If you see their national building code, it was again, it was in prior to year 2000. Whereas if you see our Indian regulation, so Indian electricity regulations are also updated in 2023. National electric code is also updated 2023. National building code, earlier it was 2005, now 2016 we are following, and it will keep on changing periodically because that way our government of India is quite proactive in updating all the applicable regulations as per the international good practices. But somehow, some reason, their regulations they were quite old. Because see, there are several challenges when you are updating the local laws and all that. So I just advise them, okay, you're doing good, but if you need to do better, then you need to follow the international good practices also. What are the international safe practices? What are the environmental best practices which are followed by other countries or developed countries? Or what are the best practices which you can follow? So basically, you need to identify them and then upgrade your systems accordingly. So key principle important here is कि sometimes your local laws may be inadequate, then you should always be on the lookout on how you can further improve it. So follow global ethical practices or follow global regulations if you feel that your local laws are inadequate, because then you will comply with the local laws because that is the mandate, but then you can basically improve your systems beyond that also. So another guiding principle is strive to respect international norms where legal conflicts exist, and also review relationships and activities if compliance with international norms is at a risk. So important thing is respect for international norms of behavior. So organizations must respect international norms of behavior while complying with national laws. Global ethical standards should be the guiding factor for your decisions. When you find that the local laws are weak or they are conflicting, and you have to align your operations with international human rights, environmental and social standards. You need to follow global ethical practices where you feel that local laws are inadequate, and then you strive to respect international norms where some legal conflict exists, and review relationships and activities if compliance with international norms is at risk. Next, so implementing international norms of behavior, apply global best practices where local laws fall short, and influence policymakers and stakeholders to support ethical improvements. Avoid complicity in unethical activities of other organizations. And depending upon the size of the organization, then you can also engage with international frameworks like UN Global Compact and International Labour Organization guidelines also. And regularly assess and update policies to reflect evolving global norms also. Next, 4.8. So 4.8 is respect for human rights. So organizations must respect and promote human rights as defined in International Bill of Human Rights. So these human rights are universal, so they are applicable in all countries, cultures, and situations. And businesses should never violate human rights. So businesses should avoid contributing to human right violation and take proactive steps to uphold them. So human rights are the most important thing when we are talking about social compliance and social responsibilities discharge. So the key responsibilities are recognize and respect fundamental human rights, ensure fair treatment of all individuals regardless of nationality, gender, or background, and avoid benefiting from situations where human rights are not protected. And then you need to follow international norms where your local laws are inadequate or they fail to safeguard human rights. So rights respect is an important aspect of social compliance, social responsibility discharge. So organizations must respect and promote human rights as defined in international bills of human rights. Then these rights are universal, they apply in all countries, culture, and situation. So you should never violate human rights and should also take proactive steps to uphold them. So you need to recognize and respect the fundamental human rights, ensure fair treatment of all individuals, regardless of nationality, gender, or background, avoid benefiting from the situations where human rights are not protected, and follow international norms where you feel that local laws fail to safeguard human rights. Yes, next. So when you are implementing human rights in organizations, so you need to adopt policies which are aligned with UN guiding principles on business and human rights. So if you want to have more details on the subject, you can just go to UN website and then just download guiding principles on business and human rights. And then you can incorporate policies in your organization which are aligned with these principles. Conduct due diligence to identify and prevent human rights violations. Then it's not about your employees. You have to basically ask your suppliers also in the supply chain management about ethical labor practices. So human rights, one of the very important aspect of human rights is ethical labor practices. So you need to train your employees also, you need to ensure compliance in your organization also, and you need to extend these ethical labor practices to your suppliers, service providers also, as per in the supply chain management. Support initiatives which promote diversity, inclusion, and workers' rights, and report transparency on human rights efforts and challenges. Yeah, next. So I think there is an exercise.
All right, sir. So there is another workshop after this clause completed. So, Sagar, please share the barcode. Thank you. Also share a link in the chat box. For those participants who have joined later during the training session, these workshops are provided to make the training session more interactive. And I request all participants to submit their responses for these questionnaires in the workshop. Okay, so that we can access and evaluate how you are grabbing the knowledge and learning the from the training session. We will wait a few responses to come, then initiate with the stats. Sagar, please let us inform when we receive the few responses. All right, Sagar. So we have received 16 responses so far. The first question for the workshop, which of the following is not a principle of social responsibility in ISO 26000? And the correct answer for this question, profit maximization, and 100% responses are the correct ones. So I congratulate all who have submitted the responses, as we have received 100% responses are the correct ones. Next, please. Right. Second question, what does the principle of accountability in ISO 26000 require organization to do? And the correct answer is accept responsibility for their impact on the society, economy, and environment. And 89% answers are the correct answers. Next, please. Again, congratulations to 89% who have submitted the correct answers. Third question, why is transparency considered an essential principle in social responsibility? And the right answer for this question, it helps stakeholders assess an organization's impact on the society and the environment. And 84% answers are the right answers. Again, kudos to all who have submitted the correct answer. Fourth question for the workshop, according to ISO 26000, organizations should respect international norms and of behavior when. And the right answer, local laws provide inadequate protection for human rights, labor, and environment. and the 84%, 85% answer are the correct answers. Again, congratulations, very congratulations to all who have submitted correct answer. Fifth question, the principle of respect for principle of respect for stakeholder interest means that organization should. The correct answer is consider the views and interest of all affected stakeholders. And right answer percentage is 86%. So again, congratulations to all of who have actively participated and submitted the correct answer for the workshop. So welcome back and welcome back to this training session of ISO 26000. I request Atul Suri sir to resume the training session.
So, okay, so now we start with clause number 5, which is recognizing social responsibilities and engaging the stakeholders. So basically there are three subclauses, 5.1, which is general, 5.2, which is recognizing the social responsibilities, and 5.3, which is stakeholder identification and engagement. Next. So 5.9 general, this clause addresses the two fundamental practices of social responsibility, that is the recognition by an organization of its social responsibility and the organization's identification of and engagement with its stakeholders. So one is the organization recognizes its own social responsibility, and the second thing is the organization identifies and engages with its stakeholders. So as with principles described in clause 4, these practices should be kept in mind when addressing the core subjects of social responsibility described in clause 6. So clause 6 will be talking about the core subjects of social responsibility. The recognition of social responsibility involves identifying the issues raised by the impact of an organization's decision and activities, as well as the way these issues should be addressed so as to contribute to sustainable development. So when we are talking about recognition of our social responsibility in the organization, so first of all, we need to identify the issues which are raised by the impact of an organization's decision and activities. For example, if it is a polluting industry, let us say some polluting processes are happening, some electroplating process is there or some phosphating. So that means, so these are the environmental issues where there could be land contamination also, there could be air pollution also, and there could be water pollution also. So to mitigate the impact of these issues, the organization need to take adequate care and follow the regulations which are applicable. For example, environmental impact assessment, environmental approvals from air and water consent, hazardous waste authorization, and whatever terms and conditions are mentioned in that regulation, that means the consent or the authorization that organization needs to follow. That means it should have proper devices for pollution control. So it should have effluent treatment plant also or sewage treatment plant, etc. So basically, first you need to identify what are the issues which are applicable for the organization's decision and activities and how these issues should be addressed so as to contribute to the sustainable development. And the recognition of social responsibility also involves recognition of organization stakeholders. So who are these stakeholders who are impacted by these particular activities? So as described in 4.5 clause, a basic principle of social responsibility is that an organization should respect and consider the interests of its stakeholders that will be affected by its decisions and activities. So first of all, you have to identify what are the activities which are applicable with respect to the social responsibility, and then who are these stakeholders who are impacted by our activities, and you need to respect and consider the interests of these stakeholders while taking your decisions and executing your activities within the organization. Next. So when you are recognizing social responsibilities, so organization has got stakeholders, then there are need and expectations of stakeholders, society, environment. So you need to consider the overall environmental impact also. So this kind of relationship exists because overall the organization is working within the society and environment. So organization's activities and has got environmental impacts also, social impacts also, and there are need and expectations of interested parties also. So in addressing the social responsibility, and organization should address the three relationships, that is the relationship which exists uh, with respect to between the organization and the society, then the relationship which exists between the organization and its stakeholders, and the relationship which exists between the stakeholders and the society. So what kind of relationship between exists between the organization and the society? An organization should understand and recognize how its decisions and activities impact on the society and the environment. An organization should also understand society's expectations of responsibility behavior concerning these impacts. So these should be considered. This should be done by considering the core subjects and issues of social responsibility, which will be there in 4.5.2.2. So what you have to do is how your decisions and activities impact the society and the environment. So as I gave an example of a polluting industry may create land pollution also, it may create water pollution also, and it may create air pollution also. So you have to be, and then there are neighboring industries also, so neighboring societies is also there. So you have to work in a responsible and ethical manner. So basically what are first and foremost thing is, most important thing is कि whatever consent requirements are there, because for operating that industry, and we have discussed this topic in details in ISO 14001, that there are environmental regulations with respect to air consent, water consent, Environmental Protection Act with respect to hazardous waste authorization, etc. So whatever the terms and conditions of consent are there and the authorization are there, so that organization needs to follow. So that is part of the core subject and issue of social responsibility. Then there is a relationship between the organization and its stakeholders also. Organization should be aware of its various stakeholders, and these are the individuals or groups whose interests could be affected by decision and activities of the organization. Now, these stakeholders could be investors also, board of directors. For example, if these environmental terms and conditions are to be followed and there is some laxity on that part, or let us say the organization is not able to get the desired clearance from the Environmental Pollution Control Board. So what will happen? The organization's activities will get affected, because if you are not following pollution norms, then your organization could be sealed also. And it has happened in the past also with very big names like Vedanta. There was some polluting industry, and which was sealed by the Pollution Control Board, Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board. So it affects the basically the profitability of the organization. So the investors who have invested in the company, they are at loss. Then the employment of the people who are working in the organization, that is also affected. So lot many jobs get terminated, contractual jobs, on-roll jobs. So basically organization should be aware of who are their stakeholders. These stakeholders could be employees, these stakeholders could be investors, these could be regulatory bodies, these could be neighboring industries, this could be people residing in the neighborhood, this could be your suppliers, service providers, etc. So when you are discharging your social responsibilities, you should be aware of who our stakeholders are and what obligations are there with respect to their needs and expectations. And then there can be relationship between the stakeholder and society. An organization should understand the relationship between stakeholders' interests, which are affected by the organization on one hand, and expectations of society on the other hand. So although stakeholders are part of the society, they may have interest that is not consistent with the expectations of society. For example, stakeholders can be investors who are more interested in profitability. But profitability means, because then as an organization, you need to follow the protocols also, environmental protocols also. That means you need to invest in the environment pollution prevention or protection technology. For example, you need to invest in the effluent treatment plant, or you need to install scrubbers or other devices, or you need to do periodical environmental testing also. So one expectation of society is with respect to the clean environment, clean water, no land contamination, and there is another stakeholder who probably is more interested in the profitability. So then organization has to do a balancing act. So it says, although stakeholders are part of society, they may have an interest that is not consistent with the expectations of the society. as I gave the case of example of the investors who have invested financially in the organization vis-a-vis the society, that means the neighborhood. So stakeholders have particular interest with respect to the organization that can be distinguished from societal expectations of socially responsible behavior regarding any issue. For example, the interest of a supplier is in being paid and the interest of society in contracts being honored can be different perspectives on the same issue. So basically, in that case, the organization has to first of all comply with the applicable regulations. So even though it may affect the overall profitability of the organization and which may be against the stakeholder who's an investor, but then if you are doing a social compliance responsibility discharge, then you have to follow with then you have to comply with all the applicable regulations and you have to work ethically. So that kind of balancing act the organization has to do, keeping in view the impact, interest, and expectations. Next, so identifying relevant social responsibility issues, organizations should review all core subjects to determine their relevance and assess impact significance based on stakeholder concerns and effect on the sustainable development. And you need to consider legal, contractual, and ethical commitments while defining the responsibilities. So when you are talking about social responsibility, then there are different aspects. Environmental impact is there, or charity, you set different goals for discharging your social responsibility. Then you have to also consider the growth of the organization. Then partnership is there with various stakeholders. You have to follow the ethical norms also, and you have to protect the ecology also. So when you are identifying relevant social responsibility issues, you have to review all the core subjects to determine their relevance, and you have to assess the impact of significance based on the concerns of the stakeholders as well as the effect on sustainable development. And you also need to consider all applicable legal, contractual, and ethical commitments when you are defining the responsibilities. Next. So integrating social responsibility into decision making. So evaluate how decisions and activities impact various stakeholders. Then you also need to consider your organization's interaction with other organizations which are there in the value supply chain, because say for example you have a customer also and you have your suppliers also. So you need to identify what kind of interaction is there within this supply chain. Then you need to develop policies. We will discuss with some examples also in the subsequent slides. You need to develop policies aligning with laws, contracts, and ethical guidelines. And you need to have a system of a continuous review of the responsibilities also. Because recognizing social responsibility, it is a continuous process. So potential impact of decisions and activities should be determined and taken into account during the planning stage of new activities, and ongoing activities should be reviewed as necessary so that organization can be confident that its social responsibility is still being addressed and determine whether some additional issues need to be taken into account. Next, so social responsibility and organization's sphere of influence. So organization is responsible for the impact of its decisions and activities. So there can be a formal control where direct authority over decisions and activities is there, and there can be de facto control also. That is ability to dictate actions of other organization without formal authority. Maybe for example, when you're dealing with your suppliers, and influence extends within and beyond the value chain also. So when we discuss responsibilities versus influence, the organizations are responsible for negative impacts caused by their own decisions and activities. For example, with respect to air pollution, water pollution, land contamination, environmental impact, or impact related to occupational health and safety, compliance regulations, or impact with respect to compliance with the labor laws, etc. So there can be negative impact also caused by their own decisions and activities. And then there can be influence of organizations that does not always create responsibility. So basically you need to have a balanced equation with respect to responsibilities versus influence. So if a relationship contributes to harm, the organization should exercise its influence. For example, ethical behavior of your suppliers. And voluntary influence may be applied to encourage responsible practices. So there can be a situation where an organization does not have a responsibility to exercise influence. It may nevertheless wish or be asked to do so voluntarily. And also an organization may decide whether to have a relationship with other organization and the nature and extent of this relationship. So there will be situations where organization has the responsibility to be alert to the impacts created by the decision and activities of other organizations, and also to take steps to avoid or mitigate the negative impacts connected with its relationship with such organizations. So when you are assessing your sphere of influence and determining the responsibilities, so you have to do the due diligence in order to, so that negative impacts are not created by an activity through various relationships. So we will discuss further about it in subsequent clause, that is 7.3. Next. So what are the areas within the sphere of influence, where in the value chains you have got suppliers, you have got distributors, you have partners also, and there can be formal and informal associations also. Your organization can be part of some local manufacturing association, or say some agency, and there can be industry peers and competitors. There can be a network of stakeholders also. So basically you need to identify who all our stakeholders are and what kind of areas where you have the responsibility, as well as where you can influence or get influenced. So you have to take care of your value supply chain, where there are suppliers, distributors, and partners. And then you can be part of some formal or informal association like industry association, etc. Then then there are industry peers also, your competitors also, and there is a network of your stakeholders also. Next. So when managing sphere of influence responsibility, conduct due diligence to avoid contributing to negative impacts. Assess your relationship with potential risks and ethical concerns with those organizations. And where responsibility exists, you have to take steps to mitigate the harm caused by the negative impacts. And ultimately, you need to apply ethical decision making even where the influence is voluntary, because this is talking about your organization's social responsibility. Next. So then there are different stakeholders. 5.3 talks about stakeholder identification and engagement. So stakeholders are the people or the organizations, those who have interest in the decision and activities of the organization. So stakeholders engagement, stakeholders identification, this is very important aspect while addressing an organization's social responsibility. So you need to identify who these stakeholders are. So when you are identifying stakeholders, so you need to ask the following questions. To whom does the organization have legal obligations? That means the regulatory bodies. There are different regulatory bodies. It can be a electrical inspectorate, or factory inspector, or it can be pollution control board, or it can be labor inspector, etc., etc., as applicable for the organization. So you need to identify to whom does the organization have the legal obligations, who might be positively or negatively impacted by organization's decisions or activities. So it can be customers, it can be suppliers, and more importantly, it can be neighboring industry or the neighboring society. So who is likely to express the concerns about decisions and activities of the organization? Then who has been involved in the past when similar concerns needed to be addressed? And who can help the organization address specific impacts? Who can affect the organization's ability to meet its responsibilities? Who would be disadvantaged if excluded from the engagement? And who in the value chain is affected? So when you're considering your stakeholders, you're identifying your stakeholders, because stakeholders are the individuals or organizations which have one or more interests in any decision or activity of the organization. And these interests can be affected by the organization. A relationship with the organization is created. So sometimes this relationship can be informal also. So you have to be aware of. So in that case, you need to identify your stakeholders. So when you're identifying your stakeholders, you need to ask different questions to yourself because these stakeholders are integral part of the organization, and these can be members, employees, owners of the organization. Uh, so basically, you need to identify the interest of most stakeholders can be related to the social responsibility of the organization, and so you need to ask different questions to yourself: to whom the organization have legal obligations, that is the regulatory bodies, then who might be positively or negatively affected by organizations decisions or activities, then who is likely to express concerns about the decisions and activities of the organization. Sometimes some NGOs are also active in that particular area if it is a big plant and it is creating some land acquisition, or it is creating some pollution, air pollution, water pollution. So sometimes NGOs raise some concerns, sometimes NGOs file some PIL also, public interest litigation. So who are likely to express any concerns about the decision and activities of the organization? Then you can refer to the historical data also, who has been involved in the past when similar concerns were required to be addressed. Maybe some other plant or some other location also, maybe for some other organization, but similar kind of activities also. And then who can help the organization address those significant specific impacts also. Maybe sometimes some local organization, some local people can give you some advisory also. They can do some sort of licensing also for the organization, but in the positive aspect. And then who can affect the organization's ability to meet its responsibilities? Then who would be disadvantaged if excluded from the engagement? Let us say if you miss out some stakeholders, it could be a neighboring industry also, it could be a neighboring livelihood people like neighboring society, villages, local villages, etc. also, and who in the value chain is affected. So you need to ask certain questions to yourself while identifying the relevant stakeholders. So once you have identified your stakeholders, you need to have a proper engagement also with the stakeholders. So stakeholder engagement is also required. Stakeholder engagement involves conversation or dialogue between the organization and one or more of the stakeholders. So basically, this conversation or dialogue assists the organization in addressing its social responsibility by providing an informed basis for its decisions. So it can be taken care in various forms, this stakeholder engagement. So it can be initiated by the organization on its own, or it can be even outsourced, or it can be as a response by the organization to one or more of the stakeholders. So it can take place through formal meeting, it can place through informal meeting also, individual meetings, there can be some conferences, there can be some workshops, there can be some public hearings, lot of discussions, there can be some advisory committees also, some regular and structured information also. It could be collective bargaining also. It could be based on certain social media platform, web-based forums also. So, but this engagement has to be interactive, and the basic objective is so that it gives an opportunity to stakeholders also to express their views and to be heard. So basically, it is a two-way communication. It is not a one-way communication. So when we are talking about stakeholder engagement, it is about for a better understanding of consequences of decisions and actions, to determine if the organization's claims about social responsibility are perceived as credible. That means the credibility of the organization also is challenged or verified through this process. And also, you need to reconcile the existing conflicts. There could be some local conflicts also. And most importantly, you have to fulfill all the legal obligations, because without that, you cannot proceed. Morally, also, you are bound to do that. And this stakeholder communication, since it is a two-way communication, so it improves the transparency also, and it helps in forming the partnerships and also to achieve mutually beneficial objectives. So basically, you are using stakeholder engagement for increasing organization's understanding of the likely consequences of its decisions and activities on certain stakeholders. Then you are using it to determine how best to increase the beneficial impacts of organizations, decisions, and activities, and how to reduce the impact of any adverse impacts. And also, it is a challenge, or also it is a check of the organization's credibility, and this helps the organization to identify and basically gives an ideas how it can review and improve its performance. And it can also resolve the conflicts, and it can also address as a link between various stakeholders' interests and responsibilities to the society at large. And it is also contributing to continuous learning by the organization and fulfilling the legal obligations. Next. So now we are covering a very important aspect, that is CSR, corporate social responsibility in India. Now there is a, like, as I said, that you have to fulfill all the social responsibilities and those which are covered by laws and regulations. So in India, corporate social responsibility is mandatory for certain companies. Now, what is the criteria that we will discuss? So this is mandatory for certain companies under the Companies Act 2013, and the obligation for them is to spend 2% of their average annual profit on CSR activities. For example, for big listed companies uh, which fall under this category, their annual profit is 100 crores. So 2% of that, that is 2 crores, they have to spend on average, 2% of that profit, that is 2 crores, they have to spend on CSR activities, and they have to maintain the record. And as I said that these listed companies, basically they publish their annual report also for the shareholders, and they put up in their website. So whatever expenses and how these expenses are incurred, they publish all the data in that shareholders reports, annual report. So normally these focus areas are education, healthcare, environmental sustainability, rural development, and social welfare. So in India, corporate social responsibility is mandatory for certain companies under the Companies Act 2013, and these companies, they have to spend 2% of their annual, of their average net profit or annual net profit on the CSR activities, and they have to maintain the records for that. And normally the focus areas where they spend this money or the profit is the sectors like education, healthcare, environmental sustainability, rural development, and social welfare. Next. So now there are several activities which are mentioned in Companies Act 2013. So list of activities under Schedule 7. So these are the activities where you can spend this money. So first of all, let us identify the applicability of CSR. Which kind of companies are basically covered by law to follow the CSR activities, corporate social responsibilities. So a company satisfying any of the following criteria during the immediately preceding financial year is required to comply with CSR provisions specified under Section 135(1) of Companies Act 2013, read with the company's CSR policy rules 2014 made thereunder. So we are talking about the preceding financial years. For example, we are talking about financial year 2024-25. So any company which is meeting 1 to 3, I will tell you what these 1 to 3 are. In the previous financial year, that is 2023-24, for them, CSR is mandatory as per section 135(1). So three criteria are: the net worth of the company is rupees 500 crores or more, or the turnover of the company is rupees 1000 crore or more, or the net profit of the company is rupees 5000, the net profit of the company is rupees 5 crores or more. And the activities which are covered under this schedule are the promotion, where they can spend this money. Let us say your profit is 5 crores. So 5 crores, 2% of 5 crores means 10 lakh rupees. So 10 lakh rupees you can spend. So what are these activities where you can spend this money? So it can be on promotion of education. It can be on eradication of extreme hunger and poverty, gender equity and women empowerment, then reducing child mortality, that is healthcare, and improving maternal health, combating various diseases like HIV, AIDS, malaria, and some other diseases. Then You can contribute to environmental sustainability, social business projects. You can also contribute to, let us say, if you don't want to directly get involved in any activity, then you can straight away contribute that 10 lakh rupees to Prime Minister Relief Fund and maybe other state and central funds. And you can also spend that money on employment enhancing vocational skills or any other matters which may be prescribed by time to time. So I once again repeat, the three criteria are: the net worth of the company is rupees 500 crore or more, or the turnover of the company is rupees 1000 crore or more annual turnover, or the net profit of the company is rupees 5 crores or more. In that case, CSR compliance is mandatory, and that compliance part is the 2%. 2% is minimum. If the organization wants to spend more, this is no such limit. But yes, minimum 2% you have to cover, and this activity is covered under Section 135(1) of Companies Act. And these are the various sectors where this money can be spent: promotion of education, eradication of extreme hunger and poverty, gender equity and women empowerment, reducing child mortality and improving maternal health, combating HIV, AIDS, malaria, and other diseases, environmental sustainability, social business projects, contribution to Prime Minister Relief Fund and other such state and central funds, employment enhancing vocational skills, and any other such matters which may be prescribed by the government from time to time. Next. So these are the three criteria as I already explained: net worth more than 500 crores, turnover more than 1000 crore, and net profit more than 5 crores. So when you are discharging the responsibilities as per that, so you need to formulate a CSR committee. So there is the role of the board also, and there is the responsibility of CSR committee also. So you need to formulate a CSR committee. This committee approves the CSR policy, because how you are going to spend that profit, because there are different sectors, but an organization cannot work in each and every sector. So they make a CSR policy, and then as per that policy, they ensure implementation of activities which come under the CSR, corporate social responsibility. They ensure 2% spend, it is mandatory for them. And if due to some reason they are not spending that amount, then they have to do a necessary disclosure also. And who are the members of CSR committee? 3 or more directors with at least 1 independent directors. So this is an obligation. So what is the composition of CSR committee? The committee of CSR committee for various categories of companies is like this. If there are, if this is a listed company, stock market listed company, so there have to be 3 or more directors. But important thing is one of them has to be an independent director, because in listed companies there are certain mandate as per Companies Act to appoint independent directors also. So who are those independent directors? These are those people who are external to the organization, and they are not related with the organizational various activities of the organizational operational activities of the organization. So minimum 3 directors are required, but out of them at least one should be an independent director. So what they do is they formulate and recommend a CSR policy to the board, and then they also recommend activities, and they also recommend where this amount of expenditure is to be incurred. And since there is a CSR policy, so they monitor the compliance to CSR policy from time to time. But let us say this we are talking about a listed company, but if it is a unlisted public company, in that case same requirement is there, but 3 or more directors, out of which at least one shall be an independent director. However, if there is no requirement of having an independent director in the company, 2 or more directors. And what about private companies? In private companies, 2 or more directors, no independent directors are required, as mentioned in provision under Section 135(1). And if it is a foreign company, so at least 2 persons, out of which, hello. So when it is a foreign company like a multinational, at least 2 persons, out of which one shall be as specified under clause D of subsection 1 of section 380 of the Act. So basically, how the composition of CSR committee would be there, then you have to refer to the CSR policy rules as well as the Companies Act. So how this CSR process is executed. So you develop a CSR policy, strategy and policy. Then you develop mechanism for implementing it, operationalizing the institutional mechanism. Due diligence is done of the implementation partner, because definitely you'll be outsourcing. For example, you're spending some 10-20 lakh or crores of rupees. So definitely, for example, development of toilets in some village, or development or funding some primary school, or say hospital, etc. So definitely you require an implementation partner. So you need to do a due diligence of the implementation partner also. And in certain cases, you need to prepare a draft project report also, how that amount will be spent. So it is like a project activity. So you need to have a due diligence of the implementation partner. Then you have a CSR committee which is monitoring the compliance part. So for bigger projects, you require a proper project development plan, project approval, and finalizing the arrangement with the implementation agency, following which the implementation is done, the progress is monitored, and impact measurement is done, and then you have to prepare the conclusion report, completion report, report consolidation, and communication. So this is how the process happens. First of all, you make a policy and make rules how to implement that policy. Then you require some implementation partner. So you do the due diligence of that implementation partner, and then following that, project development is done, project approval is done. You finalize the arrangements with that implementation agency. Project implementation is done. Periodically monitoring progress is done. You measure the impact of the activities carried out, and then finally report submission and communication to the statutory bodies, that is maybe stock exchange, SEBI, or you publish in your annual report. So basically you have to follow that particular section of Companies Act 2013. So this is how CSR process is implemented. Next. So now we will take some examples. So initiative is taken because Tata Group, when we talk about Tata Group, so turnover is also in thousands of crores and profitabilities are also in hundreds and thousands of crores. So normally they do very big projects. So Tata Group initiative is taken by Tata Trust. Rural development and healthcare is the key focus area. So normally what kind of rural projects they have taken? Key projects they have taken. Tata Strive is one project which is focusing on skill development for the youth. Then they have taken up water conservation programs in rural India. Then medical care, hospitals, community healthcare initiatives also. So the impact of this initiative is over a period of time is millions have benefited through healthcare and education programs. Next example. So these are very big companies. They are industrial giants. So example 2 is about Reliance Industries. Initiative taken is Reliance Foundation, rural transformation and education projects they have taken. So they have executed some key projects like Bharat India Jodo for rural development. Then they have also taken digital learning initiatives for underprivileged children. And they have also taken healthcare services through mobile medical units. And the impact is their initiatives over a period of time have helped more than 5 crore people across India. Next. Infosys, again, a leading organization. So initiatives taken supporting education and healthcare. So key projects which have been taken by them are midday meal programs for school children, building public libraries and digital learning centers, then rural healthcare facilities and sanitation projects. So the impact is strengthening India's education and healthcare infrastructure. Next example, ITC. ITC Limited, again, they have taken projects for sustainability and rural development. So key projects which they have undertaken is e-Chupal, that is digital platform to empower farmers. Then they have made afforestation programs for environmental conservation, and they have also taken project for women empowerment through self-help groups, and which has improved the livelihood of around 40 lakh farmers. Next is Mahindra and Mahindra. Their initiative is on education and livelihood programs. So key projects undertaken are Project Nanni Kali, education for underprivileged girls, Mahindra Pride Schools, where vocational training is provided for youth, and then sustainable farming initiatives. So more than 5 lakh girls are educated and thousands of youths have been skilled.
Yes, so there is another workshop right here in the screen. Barcode has already shown. Kindly access the barcode and submit your responses for the workshop. Sagar, please share the link in the chat box. All right. Also, I would like to inform the participants who have joined later during the training session. These workshops are provided to make the training session more interactive. And I request all dear participants to submit their responses. Also, I would like to tell you that at the end of this training session, we will be having a question answer session. So anyone who is having any queries or wants to know or ask any question regarding the training or regarding the standard, they can just make a note in their notepad, and at the end of the training session, they can ask their questions. So we will be having the question answer session for this for your queries. So kindly be patient and just note down your queries. Definitely, we will be answering your all queries. Sagar, please confirm when we will be having a receiving few responses for this workshop.
Yes, sir. We can wait just
Yes,
there
yes.
four
Right,
on
sir.
4, 5.
Okay, okay. We are waiting, sir. Mr. Manpreet Singh ji submitted. Great Manpreet ji. Mr. Sanjay Rajput submitted. Great Sanjay ji. Mr. B. Krishna Kumar submitted. Great Krishna ji. Mr. Lokesh Kaushik submitted. Ranjana ji submitted. All right. So we have received the 8 responses. Sagar, we are waiting.
You can start.
All right. Okay. So first question for the workshop: what is the primary objective of the clause 5 in ISO 26000 standard? And the correct answer for this question: to guide the organization in recognizing social responsibility and engaging stakeholders. And 88% answers are the correct answers. So congratulations to all who have submitted the correct answer. The second question is, what are the 3 key relationships an organization should understand when organizing social responsibility? And right answer for this question: organization and society, organization and stakeholders and society. So basically 70% answer for this question are the correct answers. Again, congratulations who have submitted correct answers. Next, please. Second, third question. Right. So third question is, according to ISO 26000, why is stakeholder engagement important? And right answer for this question: it helps an organization identify and address relevant social responsibilities issues. And 89% answer are the correct answer for this question. So again, congratulations to all. Next, please. Fourth question: which of the following is not a key consideration when identifying an organization's stakeholders? And right answer is, who has a financial interest in the organization stock? And for this question, we have received 68% answers are the correct answers. So again, congratulations who have submitted the right answer. Next, please. Fifth question: how should an organization determine which responsibility issues are relevant to its activities? And right answer: by conducting an assessment of its impact and stakeholder concerns. And 77% answers are the right answers. So again, I am congratulating all who have submitted the correct answer for all the questions for the workshop. Now I request Atul Suri sir to resume the training session from the clause 6.
Okay, so now before moving to clause number 6, I will just read out uh, CSR policies of 2 companies. These are big companies, Infosys and Birlasoft. And in fact, you can just download from Google also, because these policies are available in the public domain also. So I'm just reading out corporate social responsibility policies of Infosys. I'll just focus on the key things which are mentioned in the policy. It's a two-page policy. So, corporate social responsibility policy of Infosys Limited context. Infosys Limited has been an early adopter of corporate social responsibility initiatives, along with sustained economic performance. Environmental and social stewardship is also a key factor for holistic business growth. The company has established the Infosys Foundation, and it may establish oblique partner with other eligible entity oblique organization to fulfill its CSR commitments. That is, these are known as CSR implementing agencies. The company's focus has always been to contribute to sustainable development of society and the environment, and to make our planet more livable for future generations. So what are the focus areas? While the company may undertake CSR activities which the Corporate Social Responsibility Committee of the board, that is CSR committee, we talked about the regulation, why CSR committee is required and how many members are there. So company may undertake CSR activities which CSR committee of the board may decide from time to time in any areas or subjects in accordance with the requirements under the Companies Act 2013, that is the Act, and the rules regulations framed thereunder, and the circulars oblique clarification issued thereunder collectively, that is the applicable law. So Infosys CSR activities amongst other will focus on, so now they have identified their focus areas. They will focus on hunger, poverty, malnutrition and health, education, rural development projects, gender equality and empowerment of women. So they have selected some of these focus areas from which have been mentioned in the schedule of CSR. Then environmental sustainability, national heritage, art and culture, and disaster management. So point number 3 is undertaking CSR activities. Infosys will undertake its CSR activities, that is being projects, programs or other permitted activities, either directly by itself or through CSR implementing agencies. So that you must have seen in the flow chart also, or through CSR implementing agencies or in collaboration with other companies as approved by the CSR committee. So these implementing agencies have to be approved by the CSR committee in accordance with the requirements of the law. And identification and implementation of multi-year CSR projects, programs, that is ongoing projects, because certain programs they will go on for several years. So for ongoing projects will be monitored by the CSR committee and board of directors of the company as required under the applicable law. Now the fourth point is CSR annual action plan and location of CSR efforts. So the CSR committee shall decide on the locations for CSR activities, because Infosys is an MNC company, matlab Indian MNC. So they have their offices and their locations at various cities in the country as well as outside the country also. They have their offices in US, UK, and different countries. So where to implement these CSR activities? So the CSR committee shall decide on locations for CSR activities and formulate and recommend to the board for approval of a CSR annual action plan, because see, they have to contribute minimum 2% of their annual profit, and their annual profits is also more than 10,000, 15,000 crores. So that means at least 400, 500 crores they will be spending every year on CSR activities. So they require a proper budgeting, planning, action plan, proper monitoring and all the relevant details. So CSR activity shall decide on locations for CSR activity. CSR committee shall decide on the locations for CSR activities and formulate and recommend to the board for approval of CSR annual action plan, which shall contain all matters which are required under applicable law and any matters as the CSR committee may deem fit from time to time. So this policy they last revised in April 18, 2024, 1 year ago. The board may modify the annual action plan as per recommendations of CSR committee at any time during the financial year based on reasonable justification. Then impact assessment. Impact assessment shall be undertaken by the company or by the recipient or by implementing agency as required by or in the manner set out under applicable law, and the impact assessment report shall be placed before the CSR committee and the board and shall be disclosed as legally required. Then CSR committee composition and disclosures. CSR committee shall be comprised in accordance with the requirements of applicable law. This policy details composition of the CSR committee and projects approved by the board shall be hosted on company's website at www.infosys.com. So whatever their CSR committee is doing, what kind of projects are being undertaken. So as a mandate also and otherwise also they are putting up all the information on their company website. Then point number 7, funding selection and monitoring process. So Infosys CSR committee will evaluate proposals received for CSR projects from the Infosys foundations or other eligible implementing entities inter alia based on the company's focus areas, assessment of potential impact of such proposals, and any other criteria as may be determined by the CSR committee, and approve funding for any proposals for implementation at its discretion. So Infosys Foundation or other implementing collaborating entity will work closely with the support the board and CSR committee in carrying out the CSR activities of the company. Infosys Foundation or such other implementing collaborating entity will assist the CSR committee in identifying the areas of CSR activities and execution of initiatives in such manner as may be mutually agreed. Infosys Foundation or such other entity will also assist the board and CSR committee in reporting the progress of deployed initiatives and in making appropriate disclosures, internal or external, on a periodic basis. And Infosys representatives will collaborate with the relevant implementing agency, that is Infosys Foundation or others, to monitor the status and utilization of funds for each project and will report its funding to CSR committee, the board, and the chief financial officer of the company periodically to enable them to meet their reporting, monitoring, and other legal obligations. In any year where the company has spent in excess of its CSR obligation, such excess spending shall be available for set off against the company's CSR obligations for up to the next 3 financial years in accordance with applicable law, and the board shall be competent to pass a resolution in this regard. And finally, limitation review and amendment in the event of any conflict between the provisions of this policy and of the applicable law, the provision of applicable law shall prevail upon the policy. So if you have missed out something on the policy and you have to uh, resolve the conflict between the two, then applicable law is binding on you. So in that case, you need to modify your policy. Any subsequent amendment modification to the applicable law shall automatically apply to this policy. And CSR committee may also review this policy periodically, like they have last updated on April 18, 24. So CSR committee may review this policy periodically and recommend amendments for the board's approval from time to time as may be deemed necessary. So these policies they have to mandatorily disclose to the public also, and it is available in their website also. I'll just read out few contents from the policy of another IT company, big company. That is, the classification of the policy is public. So that means it is available in public domain. Birla Soft Corporate Social Responsibility Policy. So version 7.0. So that means they have amended this policy 7 times. Last review date is 23rd October 2024. So they have given a just like any ISO document, control document. So they have given revision history also. Like version 1 was released on 1st April 2005. Then they have amended in 2008, 17, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24. So initial years amendment was lesser, but now every year they are making some amendment and basically some document modification or policy standardization part they are doing. So in the table of contents, they have mentioned about policy statement, purpose, vision, scope, compliance standard, definitions, corporate social responsibility programs and projects, then corporate social responsibility committee, financial outlay for various CSR activities, then implementation, monitoring, employee volunteerism, account and auditing, disclosure, related policy, and review and amendment of policy. So this is basically a 10-page document where compliance standard they have referred is this policy is formulated by Section 135 of Companies Act 2013 and the rules made thereunder, and is reviewed and updated from time to time to incorporate best practices and statutory requirements as laid down by the Act and subsequent amendment, notification, and rules. So they have given certain definitions, and then their focus areas they have identified one, two, total 14 focus areas they have identified, which includes eradicating hunger, poverty, and malnutrition, promoting education, promoting gender equality, empowering women, ensuring. So it's a very detailed one, ensuring environmental sustainability, protection of national heritage. They have also included benefits, measures for benefit of armed forces, veterans, war widows, and their dependents, central armed police forces. So there are different ways where you can contribute. Trainings to promote rural sports, contribution to Prime Minister's National Relief Fund, etc. Then contribution to public funded universities, IITs, laboratories, autonomous bodies. So it's a quite detailed one. So all this information is available in public domain. So you can just Google it if you want to know about the CSR policy of any big company. So you will get it. And this information is also available in their websites. So this is a 10-page policy document. So you will understand how this is to be implemented and carried out. And in addition, they related policy because there can be some interlinkage with some other policy also. So they have written that the implementation agencies shall always, because implementation agencies are outsourced agencies. So there is a code of conduct and code of ethics for them also. So related policy they have mentioned is in point number 15, related policy, the implementation agencies shall always abide by company's code of business ethics and conduct. So they call it COBEC, COBEC, company's code of business ethics and conduct policy. So those implementing agencies have to follow the company's own ethics, business ethics and conduct policy. So this was about CSR policy of the organizations in compliance with Companies Act 2013. So now we come to the guidelines on social responsibilities and subjects. So here we have 8 subclauses. 6.1 is general, 6.2 is organizational governance, 6.3 is human rights, 6.4 labor practices, 6.5 talks about the environment, 6.6 fair operating practices, 6.7 consumer issues, and 6.8 community involvement and development. So these are basically 8 points, guidance on social responsibility core subjects. So 8 things which I've already discussed. Next, so social responsibility core subjects are organizational governance, human rights, labor practices, the environment, fair operating practices, consumer issues, community involvement, and development. Next, organizational governance. So organizational governance refers to the way a business is conducted. These principles are basically there are 4 key points: accountability, transparency, ethical conduct, and consideration of stakeholders' interests. So organization governance refers to the way a business is conducted. So these principles are the accountability. That means making sure that people who act for the business are held responsible for their actions. Then transparency, openness in explaining how the business operates, makes decisions, handles money, etc. Then ethical conduct, treating others with honesty and fairness, and consideration of stakeholders' interests and obeying the laws. So following good governance principles will help the business to improve its social, environmental, and economic triple bottom line. So this benefits the business, all of its stakeholders, the natural environment, and the community in which the business operates. So organizational governance, basically, it is a system by which an organization makes and implements decisions in pursuit of its objectives. So organizational governance can comprise both formal governance mechanisms based on defined structures and processes, and also informal mechanisms that emerge in connection with the organization's culture and its values, and which is often influenced by the persons who are leading the organization, that is the top management. So this organizational governance is a core function for any organization, as it is a framework for decision making. And these governance systems also depend upon the size and type of the organization, their environmental, economical, political, cultural, social context in which it operates. And these systems are normally directed by an individual or a group of individuals, that is the owners, members, constituents, major stakeholders, major investors, etc. And these are the people who have the authority and responsibility for organizational objectives. So when we are talking about organizational governance and social responsibility, so it is a very important factor in enabling an organization to take responsibility for impacts of its decisions and activities, and to integrate social responsibility throughout the organization and its relationships. So basically, it is a core subject which needs to be followed, and important things are the principles and considerations. So accountability, transparency, ethical conduct, and consideration of stakeholders' interests has to be actively followed and actively implemented. So make sure accountability is about making sure that people who act for the business are held responsible for their actions. Transparency means openness in explaining how the business operates, makes decisions, handles money, etc. Then there has to be ethical conduct, that is treating others with honesty and fairness, and consideration of stakeholders' interests and obeying the laws has to be there. So ultimately, this will help the business to improve its social, economical, and environmental bottom line. So that is triple bottom line. So this benefits business, all of its stakeholders, the natural environment, and the community in which it operates. So ultimately, leadership is very critical to effective organizational governance. So it is not only for decision making, but this leadership also helps in employee motivation to practice social responsibility and to integrate social responsibility into the organizational culture. So a due diligence report has to be followed for that. Next, so what actions are suggested? Create and model a company culture where the principles are practiced. Commit to respecting laws, including the responsibility to pay taxes to the government bodies and communities in which you operate. Then efficiently use financial, natural, and human resources while ensuring fair representation of historically underrepresented groups, including women and racial and ethnic groups in senior positions within the organization. Then balance the needs of the business and its stakeholders, including immediate needs and those of future generations. Establish a permanent two-way communication process between the business and the stakeholders. Encourage greater participation by employees in decision making on social responsibility issues. That is like a formulation of cross-functional team, core team. Delegate authority proportionately to the responsibilities assumed by each member or the employee of the business, and keep track of decisions to ensure that they are followed through and to determine responsibilities for result of business activities, whether these are positive or negative. So the next principle is human rights. So basically human rights, basic rights which the human beings are entitled. So basic rights that any human is entitled to, that is inherent, inalienable, universal, indivisible, interdependent. And so these rights can be civil rights, political rights, economic rights, social rights, cultural rights. So you have to respect human rights. So human rights are the basic things to which all human beings are entitled. So there are basically two broad categories of human rights. So first category is civil and political rights, and which includes rights such as the right to life, liberty, equality before the law, and freedom of expression. And second category includes the economic, social, and cultural rights. And this includes rights such as the right to work, the right to food, the right to the highest attainable standard of health, the right to education, and the right to social security. And various legal norms, moral norms, intellectual norms are based on the premise that human rights transcend laws or cultural traditions. So human rights have to be respected. And the primacy of human rights has been emphasized by various international communities also. like there is an International Bill of Human Rights and core human rights instruments. So these human rights, they have to be taken care. And there was a declaration also, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was adopted by UN Secretary General, General Assembly in the year 1948, and still it is considered the most widely recognized human rights instrument. So basically, it provides the basis for human rights law, and elements of it represent international customary laws binding on all states, individuals, and organizations. Okay, next. So human rights issues. So due diligence, human rights risk situations, avoidance of complicity, resolving grievances, discrimination and vulnerable groups, civil and political rights, economic, social, and cultural rights, and fundamental principles and rights at work. So basically, these are the things which need to be taken care when we are talking about human rights issues. So due diligence, organization should exercise due diligence to identify, prevent, and address the actual and potential human rights impact resulting from its activities or the activities of those with whom it has relationships. So this due diligence process includes human rights policies and access activities that may affect human rights, track performance and address negative impacts on human rights. So human right risk situations recognize those circumstances and environments where the risk of human rights abuse is high. For example, conflict situation, poverty, culture of corruption, activities using children, illegal work, etc. So detail the due diligence process and make decisions based on responsibility to respect human rights, and do not use the complexity of situation as the excuse for inaction. So you have to take adequate actions. Next. So avoidance of complexity, like direct, beneficial, or silent. Next. So do not provide goods or services to entities that use them for human rights and human right abuses. Be informed about the conditions in which products and services are obtained, and avoid relationship with entities that abuse human rights, and do not participate in displacement of people from their lands, and consider public statements to indicate that human right abuses are not to be condoned. Next. Resolving grievances, establish a mechanism to report human right abuses and seek remedy. Do not restrict or limit the right to use legal channels. Next. Then discrimination and vulnerable groups. A socially responsible organization will ensure equal opportunities and respect for all individuals. So establish a mechanism for reporting cases of discrimination and seek redress. Ensure that no discrimination against vulnerable groups, for example, women, people with disabilities, children, indigenous people, migrant and migrant workers, minorities, etc. are done. Next. Then civil and political rights. So organizations should respect civil and political rights. Don't suppress opinions and views. Don't restrict the right to adopt and practice a religion. And disciplinary measures should not include physical punishment, inhuman or degrading punishment. Then economic, social and cultural rights. Avoid activities that infringe, obstruct or impede the enjoyment of economic, social and cultural rights. So don't deny access to essential resources and products. Provide support and facilitate access to education and to lifelong learning for the members of the local community, and adapt products and services to the purchasing ability of poor people. Next. Then fundamental rights at work, which includes freedom of association and the effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining, the elimination of all forms of forced or compulsory work, the elimination of discrimination regarding employment and occupation, and the effective abolition of child labor. So that is part of fundamental rights work. Then what actions are suggested for human rights? So find out about and identify human rights impacts related to your business activities, so which is known as the process of due diligence on the issue. And if there are any grievances, resolve those grievances. Establish fair mechanism for dealing with human rights grievances if and when they are raised by your employee and other stakeholders. And you also need to help vulnerable groups, that is, identify the vulnerable groups in your society and establish mechanism, that is, hiring practices, etc., to ensure that your business doesn't discriminate against them or take undue advantage of them. So, vulnerable groups in a particular society can include women, people with disabilities, children, indigenous people, and migrant workers and their families. And other characteristics which can make people vulnerable include race, color, age, marital status and family relationships, language, religion, political or other opinion, national, ethical, ethnic or social origin, and HIV/AIDS. Next. So work to give all people equal opportunities and equal treatment as your employees, customers and business partners, etc. Protect yourself and consider human right impacts if you operate in these situations, which include conflict or extremely political instability, poverty, drought, or natural disasters, involvement in extractive activities or other activities that might significantly affect natural resources like water, forest, land, atmosphere, or disrupt communities. Then operating near communities of indigenous people so that you may alter the natural environment and land use practices that they depend on for survival, activities that affect or involve children, the widespread expectation that you will need to pay bribe and or break laws in order to operate, that is corruption, complex supply chains that involve work performed on an informal basis without any legal protection. And for those who are operating under any or all of these conditions, it is important to consider potential impact on human rights and to plan to have a positive, not negative impact on the vulnerable people. And for those who are operating under any or all of these conditions, it is important to consider potential impact on human rights and to plan to have a positive and not negative impact on the vulnerable people. So these are the suggested actions for human rights. Next, so respect civil and political rights, respect individuals' rights to freedom of opinion and expression, to peacefully assemble and association, to seek and impart information, to due process and a fair hearing before taking disciplinary measures. Then respect economic, social and cultural rights, respect individuals' right to health, education, food and culture. Businesses can identify ways they can act to improve vulnerable people's access to these. And avoid complicity with human rights violations. Complicity means staying silent and benefiting while knowing that these abuses are being carried out by others you're doing business with, like your customers or your suppliers. Avoid complicity by making your best efforts to find out how people are treated by other businesses in your supply chain or value chain. Take measures to prevent cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment and the use of excessive force by those you do business with, or else stop doing business with them. Next. So one example is there, human rights issue, an example from Kenya. Complicity has been a particular problem for organizations that hire security forces which abuse people. For example, a Kenyan pineapple company plantation formed in 2005 used vicious guard dogs against local poor people who were stealing the pineapples. When some people were badly mauled by the dogs and it got into the news, the buyers of the pineapple, that is European supply chain stores, they literally took off all that company's cans off the store shelves and suspended payment and purchases until the Kenyan company work out a more human way to secure the plantation. So another example is like this, like for example, India is exporting lot many goods to European countries, America also. So nowadays, many companies, for example, H&M, and I was also part of one of the audits where it is basically known as a supplier audit. So H&M is exporting, buying lot of products in India, and their one Indian division of H&M apparels, and it's not only apparels, they are into other goods also, like furniture items and handicrafts and different kind of items, metal products also. So I did an audit. It was basically second party audit. So normally in ISO 45001, we call it occupational health and safety. But this particular audit was focused on, that was basically supplier audit, and this particular audit was focused on occupational health part, because the company we audited, I will not name the company. The company we audited, basically it was doing all dirty work. Dirty work means various hazardous processes, like electroplating was done, phosphating was done, powder coating was done, woodworking was done, annealing was done, even glass making means making some decorative items from glass where temperature is very high, so that was done. Likewise, all other activities, lacquering, etc. So all dirty processes were done, where even site round is a difficult thing because the work environment is quite polluted and quite hot and all that. So company wanted second party audit based on how those occupational health requirements. Safety is one part, but they were more concerned about the occupational health, because in India, Factory Act and factory rules, state factory rules, they ask the organization to identify various hazardous processes, and then for those workers who are executing those hazardous processes, uh, lot many regulations are there with respect to their periodical medical examinations, and also if there's some health issues are there. Now this health issue can be because of the work environment, and it can be otherwise also. For example, a worker detected with tuberculosis, that could be because of the work environment, also polluted one work environment, and it could also be that the worker is smoking or drinking, that contributes to, that is creating this tuberculosis. But the idea of that occupational health, which is to health examination, which is to be done for all workers executing hazardous processes, is it has to be done once in 6 months. And the organization has to identify what all, based on the recommendations of the doctor or the it means statutory requirements, what all medical examination needs to be done. And let us say there is some problem in the report, some health issues identified, then the organization has to basically ensure that adequate treatment is given to that worker, and that worker should be removed from executing that hazardous process till he recovers fully. So long back, 5 6 years back, that audit was done, and there were lot many anomalies. So I will not name the company, I will not name what anomalies were there, but definitely there were certain gray areas, issues. So the company basically was not following those. We can call it human rights issues, because proper PPs were not provided, even medical examination, though it was done, but it was more of a sort of not trustworthy examination, because the medical examination was done at a charitable hospital which was owned by that organization. So the sanctity of that medical examination, hundreds of workers medically examined, but none of them are having any disease or such kind of disease. So it was all questionable. So we sent that report. Of course, I audited on behalf of a certification body, and that certification body further sent that report to H&M. And once H&M got that report, because there were several shortcomings, gaps, findings in that particular report, so immediately they put the supplies from that company, rather the orders which they were placing on that company, they put those orders on hold, and then they made the company to take adequate corrective actions within a span of next 3 months. And once all the things were resolved, then only they resumed their supplies. So one of the way of preventing these human rights is ki, if you come to know about your suppliers basically violating human rights, it can be a health issue, it can be a work related issue, work environment related issues, it can be a salary and wages related issue. So because ultimately if you stop getting the services or products, or you stop raising the work orders to that particular supplier. So the supplier has to mend their ways. So basically, you can force your suppliers. That is what this standard requires, that basically you don't have to be silent. You have to basically ask your suppliers to take adequate actions. And this is what is reflected in this particular example also, that European chain, when they came to know about such kind of activities being done by that Kenyan company, they stopped their supplies. They took off the cans of that particular company from their shelves and suspended payment and purchases until that company worked in a more human way to secure the plantation. Next, then there are labor practices issues also, employment and employment relationships, conditions of work and social protection, social dialogue, health and safety of work, human development and training in the workplace. So we can discuss these labor issues, labor practice issues. So the labor practices of an organization, they encompass various policies and practices related to the work being performed within by the organization or on behalf of the organization where it is outsourced, that is subcontracted work. And these labor practices extend beyond the relationship of the organization with its direct employees or the responsibilities that the organization has at its workplace, which it owns or indirectly controls. So these labor practices include the recruitment, the promotion of workers, disciplinary and grievance procedures, the transfer and relocation of workers, the termination of their employment, training and skill development, health safety, industrial hygiene, and any other policy or practice which affects the working conditions and in particular working time and remuneration. So these labor practices also include recognition of worker organizations and participation in uh, collective bargaining, including tripartite, that is business, workers and government consultation to address social issues related to employment. And one point to understand is that this human labor is not a commodity, because the workers who are doing the work, they are human beings and they require proper protection, and their treatment should not be governed by the same market forces that apply to commodities. So basically, ILO, International Labour Organization, is an organization. It's a United Nations agency with a tripartite structure. That is, it involves governments, workers, and employees, which was established for the purpose of setting international labor standards. So many countries, these are implementing this international uh, they are implementing these international labor standards. So these minimum standards are legal instruments which are setting out universal basic principles and rights at work. So they relate to workers everywhere working in any type of organization, and they are intended to prevent unfair competition based on their exploitation and abuse. So basically these ILO standards are implemented all across the world. So these instruments are also they also get they have also got a review process, and they are updated periodically. So these are known as ILO standards and ILO standards and ILO conventions and recommendations. So these are along with ILO Declaration of Fundamental Principles and Right and Work, which was published in 1998. And then there are related policies and procedures. So if you see ILO work website, so there are a lot many principles related to workplace safety, hygiene, etc. regulations. So the basic purpose of ILO is to promote opportunities for the workers, both men and women, to obtain decent and productive work. So which is defined as work performed in conditions of freedom, equity, security, and human dignity. So those labor practices are associated with the social responsibility. Next, so as I was talking about ILO, so ILO was founded in 1919 as part of Treaty of Versailles. So today it's an agency which sets international labor standards to prevent unfair competition based on exploitation or abuse. Next. So when we are talking about employment and employment relationships, so all work should be done by legal employees or personnel legally recognized as self-employed. Employment relationships should not be disguised as commercial relationships. and you need to mitigate the adverse impact of changes to operations on employees, protect the privacy and personal data of workers, do not benefit from abuses or exploitation of workers by the suppliers and subcontractors, and increase the employment, occupational development, promotion, and advancement of local workers. That this is for companies which are operating internationally, multinational companies working in different countries. Next. So conditions of work and social protection. This is the second labor practice issue. So normally these conditions of work include wages and other type of compensation, working time, rest periods, holidays, disciplinary dismissal practices, maternity protection, welfare matters such as safe drinking water, sanitation, canteen, access to medical services. And many of these conditions are covered by the national laws and regulations also. For example, in India, in industries, you have to follow state factory rules, or in service industry, you have to follow Shop and Establishment Act. Or if it is a construction industry, then you have to follow BOCW, Building and Other Construction Workers Regulations Act. So these are basically, these work conditions are set by national laws and regulations, and these are also legally binding. Uh, and then there are agreements between those for whom work is performed and those who perform work. So basically, these responsibility of providing these conditions of work is the responsibility of the employer. And these conditions of work also greatly affect the quality of life of workers and their families, and also economic and social development. And important thing is that fair and appropriate consideration should be given to quality of condition of work. For example, in Gulf countries, Saudi, etc., Saudi and this Dubai, etc., like temperature is very hot. So there is a regulation that from 12 noon to 3:30 or 4, 3:30. You cannot work out, you cannot make your labor to work outside. So that means whatever you have to either give them a break, or you have to make them work within the shelter. They cannot, like lot many this infrastructure development project, road work, bridges work, and other things. Basically, people have to work on the roads. Road means under the sun, and the sun is too hot. Temperature is even touching 50 degrees. So as per their regulation, between 12 to 3:30, any work which has to be done by the labor, it has to be done under the shadow. It cannot be an open work. Work cannot be done under the sunlight. So these are certain things which are basically provided by the state government regulations. So when we talk about conditions of work and social protection, so these conditions of work have to be in line with legislation and international labor conditions. So responsibility is to provide decent work conditions, that is wages, hours of work, weekly rest, holidays, health and safety, maternity protection, etc. And then you also need to allow workers to observe their customs and traditions, and allow for a work-life balance comparable to what other employees offer. So what is the expectation from the organization? Expectation from the organization is that it should ensure that conditions of work, first of all, comply with the national laws and regulations and are consistent with applicable international labor standards like the regulation formulated by ILO. Then you have to respect higher level of provision established through other applicable legal binding instruments such as collective agreements, because in bigger organizations where some worker forum is there, or say so their collective agreements are also done. So you have to respect that also. And then you have to observe at least those minimum provisions which are defined in international labor standards as established by ILO, especially where national legislation has not been adopted. And then you have to provide decent working conditions as which are mentioned in this slide. And you have to allow them observance of their national or religious traditions and customs. Like for example, the Muslim people, basically they do namaz and all that. So you have to give them time for that, and provide conditions of work for all workers that permit to the greater extent possible work-life balance and are comparable with those offered by similar organizations in the locality concerned. So the wages and other form of remuneration has to be in accordance with the applicable laws, national laws, regulations, or collective agreement. Next. So condition of work and social protection, wages should consider the cost of living and in accordance with the legislation. Like different states in India, they have got a minimum wages for skilled worker, semi-skilled worker, unskilled worker. So organizations have to honor that. They have to pay that minimum wages. And these wages are to be directly paid to the workers, and they should be equal pay for work of equal value. And they have to comply with legal obligations on social protection of workers, weekly rest, paid annual leave, respect family responsibilities of workers, and even overtime compensation has to be in accordance with the legislation and agreements. Then third labor practice issue is social dialogue. So social dialogue includes all type of negotiation, consultation, or exchange of information between or among representatives of governments, employees, employers, workers on matters of common interest, which is related to social and economic concerns. So it should take place between employer and work representatives on various matters which is affecting their interest, and should also include, and this could also include government bodies where broader factors such as legislation and social policies are at stake. So recognize the importance of social dialogue, respect the right of workers to join organizations that advance their interests, for example, trade unions, etc., which take care of workers' interests. Don't discriminate or intimidate workers who join those worker organizations. And even ISO 45000 standard talks about identifying consultation and participation of workers as part of ISO 45001 compliance. So worker representatives have to be nominated, and those worker representatives, they are part of safety committee meetings and also part of all decisions and actions which are related to occupational health and safety matters. So inform worker representatives on changes with significant negative impacts and provide access and information to those worker representatives. So health and safety and work is also an important aspect, and there's a complete standard for that, ISO 45001 2018, and we have done a full day training program on that also. And those who want to, because that is available in Quality Asia website also, link for that YouTube link. So those who want to understand, those who have already attended, it is good, but those who want to, because that itself it is a vast subject, detailed subject, and international standard also. So those who want to have more information on that subject, they can go through that training program recording, and then they can appear for that exam, training evaluation form fill up, and then they can get certified as internal auditors for that also. But as of now, we are talking about this being part of your social responsibility of the organization. So health and safety at work is also a labor practice issue. So health and safety at work, it concerns the promotion and maintenance of highest degree of physical, mental, and social well-being of workers and prevention of harm to health caused by working conditions. So it also relates to protection of workers from risk to health and adaptation of occupational environment to physiological and psychological needs of the workers. So, because the financial and social burden on society of these work-related illness, injuries, or health is quite heavy, and even accidental and chronic pollution and other workplace hazards which are harmful for workers can have impact on the communities and environment. So you need to take care of that, and for that, health and safety work is a major issue. So what you need to do is you need to establish an occupational health and safety policy which is based on the principle of strong safety and health standards and organizational performance. Then you need to understand and apply the principles of health and safety management, including the hierarchy of controls, which we are talking, like elimination, substitution, engineering controls, administrative controls, work procedures, and use of personal protective equipment. Then you need to analyze and control the health and safety risk involved in the various activities. Normally, it's a detailed activity which we call it hazard identification and risk assessment in ISO 45001 certification. So that activity has to be done Then you have to train your workers also on following safe work practices at all times, and you need to ensure that workers follow the proper procedures. So that is worker awareness you need to provide, and this safety equipment have to be provided at no cost to the employees. So it is a company's responsibility, organization's responsibility to provide all the PPEs which are desired for prevention of occupational injuries, diseases, and accidents, as well as dealing with any emergencies. So as a part of company's procedures, you need to record and investigate all health and safety related issues, incidents, problems, with the basic objective of minimizing or eliminating them. And OH&S training has to be provided to all. And this includes the contractual workers and providing PPEs for the contractual workers or all those who are working in the premises. So here the basic principle is that workplace health and safety measures should not involve monetary expenditure by workers. So the company has to provide all the basic things. Next, and then worker participation and consultation also has to be ensured. So inform workers on OH&S risks and controls. Consult the workers on matters related to their health and safety at work. The workers should be made aware of their right to refuse work and remove themselves from situations that pose a serious or imminent danger to their life or health. And reporting incidents and risk situations should not be punished. Next, and human development and training in the workplace. So workers should be provided access to training, apprentices programs, skills development programs, and opportunities for career development. And workers who become redundant should be supported, and programs to promote health and well-being should be implemented by the organization. Next. So some actions which are suggested in labor practices are: recognize that employment relationships involves rights and obligations. So fulfill all legal obligations to workers, eliminate discrimination in hiring and dismissals, avoid contracting with partners, suppliers, or subcontractors who use unfair, exploitative, or abusive labor practices. Where operating internationally, give priority to the employment and advancement of nationals of the host country, including sourcing and distributing through local enterprises where practical. Provide good conditions of work and social protection. Comply with applicable national laws and regulations. Provide decent conditions of work in wages, hours of work, weekly rest, holidays, health and safety, and maternity protection, and pay wages directly to the workers. Then support social dialogue. This social dialogue involves negotiation, consultation, and information exchange between employers and employees. Depending on the size of the company, this can involve independently elected worker representatives or trade unions. It can also involve government where broader issues are at stake. Then promote and maintain health and safety at work. Understand and control the health and safety risks involved in activities. Have a safety first policy. Provide safety equipment and training needed for prevention of occupational diseases, accidents, and dealing with emergencies. And also encourage human development. Provide skills development and career training opportunities. Respect the family responsibilities of workers by providing reasonable working hours and policies and facilities such as childcare facilities and paternal leave that can help workers achieve a work-life balance, and establish joint labor management programs which promote health and well-being. Next. Okay, so environment definition and principles. Since our life depends on the natural environment, people and businesses have the responsibility to act to reduce damage to the environment and to improve conditions of air, soil, water, and ecosystem. So as a part of social responsibilities, taking care of environment, and more importantly, following all the applicable regulations with respect to environment, like Environmental Protection Act, Hazardous Waste Authorization, Air Consent, Water Consent, e-waste, management and handling of hazardous waste, battery management rules. So whatever rules are applicable in India, all or the respective country that we have to comply with. So taking care of environment protection, prevention of pollution is also a part of social responsibilities. Next. So businesses should incorporate these four principles when working to improve their environmental impact. So environmental responsibility, precautionary approach, environmental risk management, and polluter pays. So environmental responsibility is to accept responsibility for environmental burdens caused by your activities, products, and services, and act to improve your own performance and that within your sphere of influence. For example, if you are a polluting industry, air pollution, water pollution, land contamination, so you need to take adequate care, do your environmental aspect impact assessment, comply with all regulations, and aim for environmental performance improvement. So that means you need to mandatorily install all the pollution prevention equipment, like as applicable, like scrubbers are there, or you need to install this uh, effluent treatment plant, etc. So next is precautionary approach. When there are threats of serious damage to the environment or to human health, you should not wait for total certainty before taking measures to avoid or limit the damage. When carrying out human health and environmental risk assessment, it is better to err on the side of caution rather than doing harm and waiting to see if you will be held accountable. So basically taking a precautionary approach while you are carrying out your environmental and human health risk assessment. Then environmental risk management, implement programs to assess and reduce environmental risk from activities, products and services from a life cycle perspective. So this aspect we have already discussed in detail when we carried out this ISO 14001 environmental management system internal auditor course. So basically you need to do a environmental risk management, risk assessment, and make objectives for environmental performance enhancement, improvement, and then provide the necessary resources, make environmental management programs. And polluter pays. Each business should bear the cost of pollution caused by its activities, products, and services. The business should internalize the cost of pollution, that is, pay for cleaning up its discharge itself, for example, not dump it into the public air or water. There are many economic, environmental, and reputational benefits of preventing pollution rather than waiting until damage has been done to human health and to environment. So basically, if you are creating any pollution, your activities are creating any pollution, then you have to take adequate care by paying for the cleaning up or discharge. For example, in hydropower projects, organizations, of course, they need to take permission from forest department, green clearance. But then, as a part of hydropower project development, they have to cut trees. But as a compensation for that, for each cut tree, they have to install 10 new saplings, and they have to ensure that these trees are properly grown also. So their regulations are also in place, which you need to comply. Next. So environmental principles which you need to follow as per social responsibilities, environmental responsibility, the precautionary approach, environmental risk management, and the polluter pays. So as we discussed. So environmental issues is also about prevention of pollution, sustainable resource use, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and protection of environment, biodiversity, restoration of natural habitats. Next. So these are the approaches normally which are part of environmental management system for any organization. That is a life cycle approach for various activities in the manufacturing supply chain or service supply chain. Then you need to carry out environmental impact assessment. Wherever possible, use environmentally sound technologies and practices. Uh, Even there is an energy conservation building code which talks about sustainability and using environmentally sound technologies and practices. Sustainable procurement, there is a ISO standard for sustainable procurement also. You can refer to that standard for more details. And cleaner production and eco efficiency. So these are the approaches which are normally followed by organizations for implementation of environmental management system. And basically it's a part of your ISO 14001 compliance also, environmental management system standard. Next. So for prevention of pollution, identify and quantify the environmental aspect and impact associated with, basically these are requirements of international standard ISO 14001 also. Identify and quantify the environmental aspect and impact assessment associated with your activities, products, and services. Identify and waste. Identify measures to prevent pollution and waste. Use environmentally friendly products and services. Engage with the local community. Disclose information on types and amounts of toxic and hazardous materials used and released. So this is part of your hazardous waste authorization consent also. And then as per Supreme Court directives also, organizations need to display, they need to have two boards, 6x4 size, feet size, where they display all the information related to their consents, their authorization, what kind of pollutants are there, air pollutants, water pollutants, hazardous substances which they are using, toxic substances, what is the quantum and all that. So all this display is part of the regulatory compliance. And then you need to have procedures and operating instructions to prevent and to respond to environmental accidents. All these are basically requirement of ISO 14001 standard. Next, then sustainable resources use. Energy efficiency, there is another ISO standard, ISO 50001, which talks about energy management system. So energy efficiency monitoring is part of that. Even energy consumption monitoring is part of ISO 14001 also. So sustainable resource use, energy efficiency, reduce energy consumption and advance the use of energy from renewable sources. Like we talked about green energy, hydropower energy, solar energy, wind power, wind energy. So that reduces the burden on polluting power generations like thermal power plants. So energy efficiency, reduce energy consumption and advance the use of energy from renewable sources. I have seen some big multinational organizations, even they have targets for, because energy they are purchasing from say electricity board. This electricity board can be private sector boards also and government sector boards also. And these electricity boards are further purchasing electricity from various electrical power plants. So they put up some objective that such some percentage, it can be 30%, 25%, 40%, they will produce, they will source this energy, which is a renewable energy. That means either it is hydroelectric or solar or wind energy. So such kind of objectives are also set by the organizations. Then efficiency in the use of materials, because if you are reducing the wastage, reprocessing, reworking, then also you are saving the materials. So improve the efficiency of raw materials used. Then water conservation, use excess, it is also an objective set in the environmental management system. Conserve water, reduce use and recycle water, stimulate water conservation. Rain harvesting is also one of the legal requirements which organizations have to follow. And minimization of resource requirements for a product. Consider the resource requirements of the finished product in use. So this is part of sustainable resource use. Next, to identify the sources of energy, water, and other resources used within the organization. Measure, record, and report on significant uses of energy, water resources. Implement efficiency measures. Complement or replace non-renewable resources with renewable sources. As I said, non-renewable is like thermal power plant energy, and renewable is like hydroelectric power or solar or wind. Use recycled materials and reuse water, and promote sustainable procurement and sustainable consumption. Next, climate change mitigation. Now, this climate change has to be addressed in all management system standards, including 9001, 14001, and other management system standards. So, climate change mitigation is also a part of social responsibility. So, identify the sources of greenhouse gases emissions in your organization and define the boundaries of responsibility. Measure, record, and report on significant greenhouse gases emissions. Reduce those emissions, direct or indirect. Purchase energy efficient products and develop energy efficient products, and aim for carbon neutrality. So some organizations, they make their targets also, they identify the year also by which they'll be carbon neutral. Next, so climate projections. for decisions and strategy, and act to reduce the damage caused by climate change. Next, protection of environment with biodiversity and restoration of natural habitat. So identify the adverse impacts on biodiversity associated with organizations, operations, products, and services, and act to eliminate or minimize those negative impacts. So basically on the principle of avoid, resource, restore, and compensate. Next. So wherever possible, wherever required, protection of environment, biodiversity, and restoration of natural habitats. For example, this uh, Delhi to Dehradun, that national highway is being built, and it is passing through that Rajaji National Park also, where lot of wild animals are also there. So wherever it is passing through that sanctuary, what they have done is they have made an elevated corridor so that these animals are not disturbed by the passing vehicles and all that. So protection of environment, biodiversity, and restoration of natural habitats also wherever possible, wherever applicable. Value and protect wild animals. Adopt sustainable agricultural, fishing, and forestry practices. And consider buying your products from the suppliers who use sustainable technology. So some actions are suggested in environmental principle, that is prevent pollution or reduce emissions of pollutants into the air, water, and soil as much as possible. Then use sustainable renewable resources wherever possible. Act to limit greenhouse gas emissions which cause climate change. Consider ways to reduce and adapt to the climate change that is already occurring. Protect and restore the natural environment. Water conservation in your business operations. And practice life cycle management, which is a requirement of ISO 14001 standard also. Consider all steps of a manufacturing process and all the links in the supply chain and value chain right to the end of a product's life and how it is disposed of. Look for ways to make these steps as environmentally friendly as possible. And there are certain obligations also. These are extended manufacturer responsibilities which they have to follow when they're making, let us say, for example, some electronic equipment and all that. So that is part of legislation also. Look for cleaner and more energy efficient production techniques. Use environmentally sound technologies and practices. And practice environment procurement. Evaluate suppliers of goods and services on whether they also are environmental friendly. So there is a separate ISO standard also for sustainable procurement, so that can be referred for guidance purpose. Next. So next principle is 6.6 fair operating practices. Now this includes anti-corruption, responsible political involvement, fair competition, promoting social responsibility in the value chain, and respect for property rights. Next. So fair operating practices, definitions and principles. So fair operating practices concern ethical conduct in an organization dealing with other organizations. So these include relationship between organizations and the government agencies, as well as between organizations and their partners, suppliers, contractors, customers, competitors, and the associations of which they are part or the members. So fair operating practices issues arise in the areas of anti-corruption, responsible involvement in public sphere, fair competition, socially responsible behavior, relationship with other organizations, and respect for the property rights. So businesses can use their relationship with other businesses to promote positive outcomes. Like many organizations, they have got business code of conduct. So that is part of that fair operating practices. By building good long-term relationships, businesses are most likely to develop reliable partners and to practice effective social responsibility. So respect for the rule of law, accountability, transparency, and honesty are the key principles to put into action to achieve fair operating practices. Anti-corruption. So corruption is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. So corruption can have many forms. So these include bribery, soliciting, offering, or accepting a bribe in money or in kind. And this involves public officials or people in the private sector, conflict of interest, fraud, money laundering, etc., etc. And so what is required is anti-corruption. So this is basically there is an anti-bribery management system also. So that is part of anti-corruption. Perform a corruption risk assessment. Implement policies to prevent and combat corruption. And for that, top management has to lead. Top management has to set an example. So train your employees and raise awareness on corruption practices. Raise the awareness of your contractors, agents, and others, those who are acting on behalf of the organization. And be careful with the remuneration of employees and representatives. Establish a reporting mechanism and report cases of corruption to the authorities. So what is required is to prevent corruption, an organization should identify the risk of corruption and implement and maintain policies and practices which counter corruption and extortion. And of course, leadership should set its example for anti-corruption, and it should provide commitment, encouragement, and oversight for implementation of anti-corruption policies. And management also need to support and train its employees and representatives in order to eradicate bribery and corruption and provide incentives for progress, and then raise awareness of its employees, representatives, contractors, and suppliers about corruption and how to counter it. And organization need to encourage its employees, partners, representatives, and supporters and suppliers to report any violation of organization's policies and unethical and unfair treatment by adopting mechanisms which enable reporting and follow-up action without fear or reprisal. And wherever required, bring violation of criminal law to the attention of appropriate law enforcement authorities also. Responsible political involvement. So organizations can support various public political processes and encourage the development of public policy which benefits society at large. So organizations should prohibit use of undue influence and avoid behavior such as manipulation, intimidation, etc., which can undermine the public political process. So what organization need to do? Train the employees and raise awareness on conflicts of interest, contributions, and public political involvement, and avoid political contributions that can be considered as exerting undue influence. And don't get involved and don't support any misinformation, misrepresentation, threat, or compulsion. And so your policies should be like to manage the activities of those educating on behalf of the organization, and you have to be transparent about lobbying, political environment, and contributions. Next, fair competition. So this fair competition, it stimulates innovation and efficiency, and it reduces the cost of products also, services also, and it ensures that all organizations have equal opportunities, and it also encourages the development of new or improved products and processes, and ultimately in the long run it enhances economic growth and living standards. So what the organization need to do? Respect competition laws and regulations and cooperate with the authorities, and safeguards and procedures against anti-competitive behavior, and raise awareness on importance of competition and legal compliance. So what you have to do is to promote fair competition. Organization should conduct its activities in a manner which is consistent with the competition laws and competition laws and regulations, and cooperate with the appropriate authorities. Then organization should establish procedures and other safeguards to prevent engaging in or being complicit in anti-competitive behavior. Then you should also promote employees' awareness of the importance of compliance with this legislation and fair competition, and also be mindful of the social context in which it operates, and should not take advantage of social conditions such as poverty to achieve unfair competitive advantage. Next, promoting social responsibility in the value chain. So an organization can influence other organizations through its procurement and purchasing policies and decisions. And so what is required is integrate ethical, social, environmental, and gender equality criteria and health and safety in purchasing, contracting practices and policies. pay fair practices and ensure stable contracts, monitor adherence to the social responsibility commitments, and raise awareness on social responsibility and support other organizations wherever it is required. So important thing is you should carry out appropriate due diligence and monitoring of the organizations with which your organization is having the relationship, business relationship, with a view to preventing compromise of organizations' own commitment to social responsibility. Respect for property rights. So this right to own property is a human right which is recognized in Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So this property right covers both physical property as well as intellectual property, and this includes interest in land or other physical assets, copyright, patent, geographical indicator rights, funds, and similar kind of rights. So what you need to do is do not engage in activities which violate property rights and pay fair compensation for the property acquired or used, and ensure that the use and disposal of property is lawful and promote the respect for property rights. So one example of this is development projects. Like organizations do some projects, even Government of India does some development project like this ongoing bullet train project which is going on for last several years. So it has to acquire land also. Now, in Greater Noida, ahead of Greater Noida on that near that Jewar airport is being built. So a lot of land is required. So when government or say private organizations they acquire land, so they need to provide a proper fair compensation for the property acquired. So it has to be as per the market rate. Otherwise, you come across several agitations and projects also get delayed. So one of the part of social responsibility is that pay fair compensation for the property acquired or used. So this particular part is very important. Pay fair compensation of property which the organization acquires or uses. Next. So actions suggested in fair operating practices are practice honesty in business dealings. Don't ask for or accept bribes. Don't attempt to break laws through use of political influence. Promote social responsibility throughout your value chain, oblique supply chain, and stimulate demand for socially responsible goods and services. And while doing this procurement and purchasing decisions, use criteria that select socially responsible products and companies. Examine your value chain, supply chain, and be sure that you are paying enough to enable your suppliers to fulfill their own responsibilities. Promote broader adoption of social responsibility through networks of colleagues. Treat suppliers and customers, consumers fairly, including prompt payment of bills and prompt attention to problems. And most importantly, respect property rights, avoid counterfeiting or piracy, pay fair compensation for property you use or acquire, and conduct investigations to be sure that you have legitimate ownership before you use or dispose of the property. Next, so now we come to consumer issues. So consumer issues, fair marketing, factual and unbiased information, and fair contractual practices. Then protecting consumers' health and safety, sustainable consumption, consumer service, support and complaint and dispute resolution, consumer data protection and privacy, access to essential services, and education and awareness. Next. So some definition, consumer issues, definition and principle. Businesses have responsibilities to their consumers, such as truthful advertising and marketing, providing clear and helpful user information, minimizing risk from use of products and services, and providing support services and recall procedures. Stimulating sustainable consumption and respect consumer rights are aspects of the part of social responsibility, and satisfied customers will definitely strengthen the reputation of a business. So you have to work on this principle. So the organizations which provide product and services to consumers as well as to other customers, so they have responsibilities also to those customers and consumers, and they have to be dealt with. Next slide, please. So for that, you need to address consumer issues as part of social responsibility. So consumer issues regarding social responsibilities are, for example, fair marketing practices, protection of health and safety of consumers, sustainable consumption, dispute resolution and redressing the same, data and privacy protection, access to essential products and services, addressing the needs of vulnerable and disadvantaged customers, and adequate education. So there is one UN guideline also, the UN guideline for consumer protection. This provides fundamental information on consumer issues and sustainable consumption. So this UN guideline for consumer protection is the most important international document in the realm of consumer protection. And UN General Assembly adopted these guidelines in the year 1985 by consensus. And in 1999, it was further expanded to include provisions on sustainable consumption. So this calls upon various agencies, states to protect consumers from hazards to their health and safety, promote and protect the economic interests of consumers, and enable the consumers to make informed choices, provide consumer education, make available effective consumer redressal mechanism, promote sustainable consumption patterns, and guarantee freedom to form consumer groups. So you can refer to that guidelines, UN guidelines for consumer protection for further details. So what you have to do is, for consumer issues, access to essential goods and services by customers, the protection of disadvantaged and vulnerable consumers, the protection of consumers from hazards to their health and safety, the promotion of consumers' economic interests, and the access of customers to adequate information to enable to make them informed choices, and consumer education. So these are all part of consumer issues. Next, then part of consumer issue, fair marketing, factual and unbiased information. So this fair marketing, factual and unbiased information, and fair contractual practices. So this provides information about products and services in a manner which can be easily understood by the consumers. So this allows consumers to make informed decisions about the consumption and purchases, and to compare the characteristics of different products and services. So this is also for protection of legitimate interests of both suppliers and consumers by mitigating imbalances in the negotiating power between different parties involved. So this is a requirement of a responsible marketing also. So fair marketing and factual and unbiased information do not provide misleading, unclear, unfair, deceptive information about your product and services. Do not omit to provide critical product and service information. So provide the information in a transparent and easy to access way. Identify what is advertising and marketing, and openly disclose information about the products and services, various terms and conditions, accessories, costs, etc. So idea is, when you are communicating with your customers, so you should not engage in any practice which is deceptive, misleading, fraudulent, or unfair, or unclear, or unambiguous. And you have to clearly identify advertising and marketing, and openly disclose all the associated prices, taxes, terms and conditions of the products, as well as services, which includes warranty also, any delivery cost. So all information has to be provided clearly. So claims about the products must be supported by facts. Marketing and advertising should give primary consideration to the interest of vulnerable groups. Product information should be offered in an understandable manner, and quality aspects of product services should be based on the results of test procedures, and provide information about organizations, locations, and contracts. So this is part of regulatory requirement also. So any product, any consumer good, any food item which you buy, so basically the address of the manufacturer as well as the address of the marketing company is mentioned. So these are part of regulatory requirements also. Next. So use fair contractual practices, use clear contracts, no unfair terms, and sufficient information on prices, features, terms and conditions, or duration. Then protecting the health and safety of consumers. Consider intended use and foreseeable misuse of the products, provide safe products and services, and stop the provision of unsafe products, establish recall and withdrawal procedures, mechanisms, and go beyond minimum product safety requirement wherever practicable. Like for example, in some electrical items or vehicles, etc. Next, protecting the health and safety of consumers, safe design, protective devices, information to users. Then avoid hazardous chemicals, and wherever it is not possible, then you must use clear labeling also. Offer safety information to customers, preferably with symbols which can be easily understood, and provide product instructions. Next. So sustainable consumption. So you need to educate your customers on that. Design products and packaging which can be reduced, reused, repaired, recycled as a part of sustainability, and offer products which have got longer life, and offer information on environmental and social aspects of production and distribution. Sustainable consumption, inform about product performance, product origin, ingredients, any impact on health and safety, communicate on the safe use on animals and any animal testing which has been carried out, participate in reliable and effective labeling and verification schemes. So these labeling and verification schemes, they are also part of mandatory labeling if it is some food items, and it is in India, it is covered by FSSAI regulations, Food Safety Standards Authority of India. Next, access to essential services. Do not disconnect essential services for non-payment without offering options. Do not disconnect essential services collectively regardless of payment. Subsidize essential services for those in need as permitted by the law. Like for example, electricity, water, it is subsidized by local governments, state governments. Be transparent about prices. Expand the coverage of services. Offer quality services without discrimination, and improve and maintain systems to prevent disruptions to services. Next, and education and awareness. So this education and awareness initiatives, they enable these consumers to be well informed, conscious of their rights and responsibilities, and more likely to assume an active role and not be able to make knowledgeable purchasing decisions and consume responsibly. So what you need to do is health and safety, product hazards and risks, they have to be adequately communicated to the customers. Laws, regulations, consumer rights, organizations for consumer protection, environment protection and sustainable consumption, and efficient use of materials, water, energy, etc., disposal of product and packaging. So all this is part of education and awareness. So whenever there is a formal contract between an organization and a customer or a consumer, then organization should verify that the customer or the consumer is properly informed of all applicable rights and obligations. So the purpose of this education is not only to transfer the knowledge, but also to empower customers or the consumers to act on this knowledge. So this also includes developing skills for assessing the products and services and for making comparisons between different brands. So it is also intended to raise awareness about the impact of consumption choices on others and on the sustainable development. So action suggestion in consumer issues is promote sustainable consumption, offer consumers socially and environmentally beneficial products and services, offer products and services which operate as efficient as possible, considering the full life cycle. Then breed animals in a way that respect their physical integrity and avoids cruelty on the animals. Eliminate or minimize negative health and environmental impacts of products and services, such as noise and waste. And design products so that they can be easily reused, repaired, or recycled. Reduce waste by minimizing packaging material and, if appropriate, offer recycling and disposal services. Then provide consumer service, support and dispute resolution. Protect consumer privacy while handling the personal data of consumers. Implement fair marketing and advertising practices. That means displaying the honesty, demonstrating the honesty. Provide clear and sufficient information about prices, terms and conditions, and the costs. Protect consumers' health and safety. Design and test products to ensure this. And also pay particular attention to the information requirements of vulnerable individuals. For example, those having any physical or mental disabilities, including limited vision or hearing, or poor reading ability. Community involvement and development. So all businesses should recognize that their long-term interest in the sustainability of the community in which they are operating. So every business is a stakeholder in its own community. It depends on the community and also affects its development. By providing employment, all businesses can make an important contribution to reducing poverty and promoting economic development. So community involvement and development issues are community involvement, education and culture, employment creation and skill development, technology development and access, wealth and income creation, health and social investment. Next, so community involvement and development, the organization should consider itself as a part of community and consider and have due regard for the rights of community members to decide for the community. Recognize and respect the characteristics of the community, that is culture, religion, traditions, etc. And recognize the value of working in partnership with the community. Community involvement. So consult representative community groups for priorities in actions and investments. Participate in local associations wherever possible and appropriate. Then you need to have transparent relationship with the local authorities. Encourage and support people to be volunteers for the community and contribute to the formulation of policies, establishment and implementation of programs within the community. Next, education and culture. Support education at all levels. Promote knowledge and help eradicate illiteracy. Encourage the enrollment of children in school. Do not support activities which discourage child or children from attending the school. That is, child labor is prohibited. As per law also it is prohibited. Support learning opportunities for discriminated and vulnerable groups. Promote cultural activities. Recognize the value of local cultures and traditions. Help conserve and protect cultural heritage. And facilitate human rights education and awareness raising activities. Next, so employment creation is also one of the things. Invest to create employment and reduce poverty. Consider the impact of outsourcing. Consider employment instead of temporary work arrangements. Support the development of employment legislation and consider technological decisions from the perspective of employment as well. So skill development, participate in skill development programs. Create or improve programs on skills development in the local community. Technology development and access. So contribute to the development of innovative technologies for the benefit of community and partner with others for technological development. Wealth and income creation. Consider the impact of entering or leaving a community. Give preference to local suppliers. Provide assistance to local organizations. Support initiatives to develop economic activities. Support entrepreneurship programs. Encourage the use of efficient reuse of resources and support those who bring products and services to the community and generate employment. And most importantly, you need to fulfill tax obligations. So that is very important. So there should not be any non-fulfillment of your tax obligations. So that is very important. Next, health also. Promote good health in the community. Encourage a healthy lifestyle and good nutrition. Support screening campaigns for the early detection of diseases raise awareness on consumption of unhealthy foods, raise awareness about various health threats and the prevention methods, and support the access to healthcare, clean water, and sanitation for various members of the community. Next, social investment also consider development priorities of the community, avoid to perpetuate the dependence of the company's resources and philanthropy, partner with various NGOs and others for complementary resources, knowledge and skills, and support programs to offer food and essential products to vulnerable or discriminated groups. So, what actions are suggested in community involvement and development? So, community involvement, respect the laws and practices of the community, join the associations and work with various groups and individuals for common good cause, and maintain transparent and honest relationship with various government officials. About social investment, that is building infrastructure, improving social aspects of community life, assess existing community related initiatives and identify various ways to improve it. Then focus on philanthropic activities like grants, volunteering, and donations, on giving resources to the community through various programs or projects for long-term development. Avoid creating community dependence on a businesses, philanthropic activities, broaden opportunities for community members, for example, by increasing local procurement and hiring. And also part of employment creation, consider impact of investment and outsourcing decisions on employment creation when possible. Make decisions to maximize local employment opportunities. So just as an example, I used to visit a hydroelectric power project around 10-12 years back. That was in Sikkim. It was a very big project, 1200 megawatt project. So it was having 6 turbines of 200 megawatt each, hydroelectric power project. So what they did because I think around 8 to 10,000 labor would be working there at any moment of time. So of course they give lot. They required skilled manpower also. So that is one thing. But they give lot of employment to the local community, local because nearby villages. Of course, socio-economic environment and everything assessment is done and approved by the government, then only this project happens. But at the same time, 1200 megawatt is a huge electricity, and but local support is also required. So, what the organization did as a policy matter, because the organization could afford to buy vehicles, etc. But as a policy matter, they decided that because for transportation of their staff, employees, workers, etc., lot many vehicles were required, and normally in hilly areas, these SUVs, etc., they are run, jeeps, etc. So what they decided was, they would give contracts to individual villagers who are having some jeep, etc., and not to a transporter who's having some, let us say, fleet of 20-30 vehicles. So this was basically to create a sort of self-employment opportunities for the local villagers, and also they gave jobs. They opened some community school also for vocational training and skills which are required in executing those projects. So that is why it is a responsibility of bigger organizations for employment creation also, and provide employment to the local community people. So that way they are also happy. They support the project also and provide all the necessary uh, help which is required from the local community. Next, technology development, where appropriate, engage in partnerships with local organizations, that is universities or research laboratories, and engage in scientific and technological development with partners from local community and employing local people in this work. Technology development, where appropriate, engage in partnerships. So this is the same point, I think it is written twice. Where economically feasible, adopt practices that allow technology transfer and diffusion, set reasonable terms and conditions for licenses so as to contribute to the long-term local development. So for wealth and income, engage in commercial relationships only with suppliers that operate under legally recognized framework wherever possible. In situation of poverty and low level of development where suppliers have difficulty in legal requirements, so provide support to them, work with them to move towards conducting activities within the appropriate legal framework. Then use natural resources in a sustainable way, which helps to alleviate poverty. Obtain prior informed consent of the local community for use of local natural resources. Respect the traditional use of natural resources by local populations and especially the indigenous people. And give preference to local suppliers of goods and services. Fulfill tax responsibilities as described in law and provide the authorities with necessary information to correctly determine the taxes. Next, education and culture. Promote cultural activities, respect and value the local culture and cultural traditions. Support education at all levels. Engage in actions to improve educational quality, to promote local knowledge and eradicate the illiteracy. And encourage enrollment of children in formal education. Contribute to the elimination of barriers to children obtaining an education. And likewise, promote health also, promote good health by contributing to access to medicines and vaccinations and by encouraging healthy lifestyles and discouraging the consumption of unhealthy substances and raise awareness about major diseases and their prevention, support access to essential healthcare facilities, services, and to clean water and appropriate sanitation, and seek to minimize or eliminate the negative health impacts of any products and services provided by the business activities of your organization. Next, then responsible investment. So basically, it refers to traditional capital investment by businesses and also to projects that may be identified, funded, and or managed by other groups such as non-government organizations. So incorporate consideration of economic, social, environmental, and governance dimensions of an investment in addition to the traditional financial dimensions. Develop and disclose an active ownership or governance policy to be applied to your investments, including principles of social responsibility, and seek to make positive social, economical, and cultural contributions to communities when making investment decisions.
Dear participants, I request kindly mute yourself during the training session. Please ensure.
So next, so social responsibility, core subjects and issues which we have discussed, organizational governance, so human rights, due diligence, human risks, human rights risk situations, avoidance of complicity, resolving grievances, discrimination and vulnerable groups identification, civil and political rights, economic, social and cultural rights, fundamental principles and rights at work, then labor practices, employment and employment relations, conditions of work and social protection, social dialogue, health and safety at work, human development and training in the workplace, and the environment, prevention of pollution and protection of environment, sustainable resource use, climate change mitigation and adaptation, protection of environment, biodiversity, and restoration of natural habitats. Next, fair operating practices, that is anti-corruption, responsible political involvement, fair competition, promoting social responsibility in the value chain, and respect for property rights. Then consumer issues, fair marketing, factual and unbiased information and fair contractual practices, protecting consumers' health and safety, sustainable consumption, consumer service support and complaint and dispute resolution methodology, consumer data protection and privacy, access to essential services, and education and awareness, and community involvement and development. So, community involvement, education and culture, employment creation and skill development, technology development and access, wealth and income creation, health, and social investment. Next.
So now we are starting with the workshop after this clause. Yes, Sagar, please show the barcode on the screen and as well share the link in the chat box. So participants, I request all participants to submit your responses for this workshop so that we can have maximum number of responses. We will wait few responses to come, then we will start with the statistics. Great, Ranjana ji. Ranjana ji has submitted the response. We are waiting for few responses to come. Those who have submitted, kindly text in the chat box who have submitted the response so that we can have an idea about the responses. Mr. Sunil Rajak submitted. Great, Rajak ji. Mr. Prabhakar, Mr. Tapan Patel. We are waiting for a few responses. Saniksha Aman, Mr. Sanjay Rajput, B. Krishna, and Ansari submitted. Great. So we have received 14 responses for the workshop. So now we are starting with for the responses. The first question for this workshop: what is the primary principle of the organization governance in ISO 26000? So the right answer for this question: ethical decision making and accountability. And 94% responses are the correct answers. So congratulations to all who have submitted that right answer. Next, please. Question second, what is the key responsibility of organization concerning labor practices? And the right answer, ensuring fair wages, safe working conditions, and no discrimination. And right answer percentage is 95. Again, congratulations to all submitting the correct answers, right responses. Next, please. Third question, what is the important environmental responsibility for organization under ISO 26000? And correct answer is promoting sustainable resource use and reducing pollution. And right answer percentage is 80%. So again, congratulations to 80% candidates who have submitted right response. Next, please. Question 4, which of the following is a fair operating practice according to ISO 26000? And right answer is promoting fair competition and ethical business conduct. And 81% responses are the correct answers. So again, congratulations to the person who have submitted correct response for this question. Next, please, Sagar. The fifth question, which consumer right is emphasized in ISO 26000? And right answer for this question, right to assess a safe and reliable product for and the services. And for this question, we have received 95% answers are the correct answers. So again, I am congratulating all who are very actively participating. I am seeing from the responses as well as from the numbers of the responses that everyone is actively participating and very attentive during the training session. Thank you. Thank you for your activeness. So now again, I request Atul Suri sir, kindly resume the training session.
So now we come to the last clause, that is clause 7, guidance on integrating social responsibilities throughout an organization. So it has got 8 subclauses. 7.1 is general. 7.2 is relationship of an organization's characteristics to social responsibility. 7.3 is understanding social responsibility of an organization. 7.4 practices for integrating social responsibility throughout an organization. 7.5 communication on social responsibility. 7.6 enhancing credibility regarding the social responsibility. 7.7 is reviewing and improving an organization's actions and practices related to social responsibility. And 7.8 is voluntary initiatives for social responsibility. Next, integrating social responsibility. First of all, determine the relevance and significance to the organization of core subjects and issues, and only if compliance with the legal requirements is not enough. So consider the sphere of influence and promote social responsibility practices. So what is required is integrating social responsibilities. Visible support is required from the top management. Employees awareness is required. Effective social responsibility communication processes are required. And mechanisms are required to manage conflicts and disagreement with various stakeholders. So relationship of an organized characteristics to social responsibility. Organizational uniqueness, each entity's size, culture, process, and geographical spread influence how social responsibility principles are applied to that particular organization. Then align your social responsibility with the core business processes, strategies, and most importantly, ensure leadership commitment. do a proper risk assessment, risk and impact assessment, evaluate how organizational structure and resources affect the ability to meet and manage social and environmental impacts. Then stakeholders dynamics is also involved because different stakeholders are there. Tailor social responsibility activities to different stakeholder groups like employees, communities, suppliers, etc. based on the organizational profile. Next. So identify the relevant issues. Review all 7 core subjects, for example, human right, labor practices, to determine key areas for your social responsibility. Assess their significance, prioritize the issues based on scale of impact and stakeholder expectations. Then assess your sphere of influence, recognize how your organization's reach, including the value chain, extends your social responsibility obligations beyond the direct operations. And continual engagement, revisit and update social responsibility considerations as societal expectations evolve. So practices for integrating social responsibility throughout an organization. So building this social responsibility into every aspect of an organization, this involves commitment and understanding at all levels of the organization. And in the early stages of an organization's efforts related to social responsibility, the focus of awareness building should be on increasing understanding the aspects of social responsibility, including the principles, core subjects, and issues. And this commitment and understanding should start at the top of the organization. So, leadership and governance embed social responsibility into policies, code of conduct, and strategic planning. Cross-functional ownership assign clear responsibilities for social responsibility across various departments like finance, operations, HR, etc. Then capacity building also has to be done. Provide training resources and incentives to foster a social responsibility oriented culture within the organization. Operational integration is also required. So weave that social responsibility considerations into various day-to-day operations of the organizations like procurement, product design, marketing, supply chain, etc. And then you need to have monitoring and measurement mechanisms. Use performance indicators to track progress and maintain accountability throughout the organization. Next, communication on social responsibility. So communication also has an important role. So many practices related to social responsibility will involve some sort of internal or external communication. So this communication is critical to different functions within the social responsibility execution activities. So this communication involves raising awareness both within the organization and outside the organization on its policies, strategies, objectives, plans, performances, and challenges also for social responsibility. So what you need to do is transparency and accountability. Share your social responsibility goals, progress, and challenges with various stakeholders periodically. Then you need to have methods and channels. Employ various methods of communication like annual reports. As I gave example, ki this is obligatory also as per Companies Act, as per SEBI regulations, that your annual reports have to mention details about your uh, social responsibility activities. Then there can be periodic online updates also, stakeholder forums also. Then this information has to be clear and accurate. So ensure that whatever social responsibility information you are communicating to your stakeholders, this is clear, factual, timely, and this can be easily understood. And it has to be a two-way communication. Encourage and monitor the feedback also of your stakeholders and have dialogue with them to strengthen the trust, and wherever required, refine your initiatives or the responsibilities. Next, so enhancing credibility regarding social responsibility. So there are different ways in which an organization can establish its credibility. So for example, stakeholder engagement can be done, which involves dialogue with stakeholders. And it is also a means of increasing the confidence that the interests and intentions of all participants are understood. So basically, this dialogue can build the trust and enhance credibility. So this is a very important aspect, stakeholder engagement. So what you need to do is when you are talking with the stakeholders, substantiate your evidence-based claims. That is, substantiate your social responsibility commitments and outcomes with verifiable data. And you can also have a third-party validation. Consider independent reviews, expert endorsements, or relevant certifications wherever applicable. Then consistency and integrity. Align messaging with actual practices to avoid reputational risks. And collaborative partnership also work with respected NGOs, industry associations, or academic institutions to reinforce the legitimacy. Next, review and improve the social responsibility performance, because effective performance on social responsibility depends in part on commitment, careful oversight, evaluation, and review of the activities undertaken, the progress made, the achievement of identified objectives, the resources used, and other aspects of organizational efforts. So, ongoing monitoring or observation of activities related to your social responsibility basically aims at making sure that activities are proceeding as intended, or identifying any crisis or out of ordinary occurrence, and make modifications wherever required so that things are done in a appropriate order. So review of performance at appropriate intervals is required to determine the progress on social responsibility, which helps keep programs well focused and identify if any change is required, and also contributes to the improved performance. So here, stakeholders review is an important aspect which need to be considered. So what we need to do is benchmarking, that is compare against others, preferably the best performers. Then establish and monitor KPIs, key performance indicators for social responsibility. Then improvement, new objectives can be taken, expand the scope of social responsibility activities and programs, and also take the feedback of stakeholders, because these stakeholders are an important aspect of your activities. So exercise, okay.
Yes, another workshop. Sagar, please share the barcode. Thank you. Also share the link in the chat box and request participants to kindly actively participate and submit maximum responses for this workshop. Dear participants, as we are coming to close this training session in next 1 or 1.5 hours. So I request kindly to make note down your queries so that we because at the last we will be having a training we will be having a question answer session once the training is completed. So we will be answering your all queries and questions regarding the standard and regarding this training session. So kindly note it down. We will be having a question answer session for that after completing this training session. Those who have submitted the responses, kindly message in the chat box so that we can have an idea about the number of responses received. Mr. V. Krishna Kumar submitted. Great, Krishna ji. Mr. Manpreet Singh had already submitted. Great. Ranjana ji already submitted. Great, Ranjana ji. We are waiting for more responses to come. Mr. Mukul Dev submitted. Great, Mukul ji. Pragya Pandey ji submitted. Mr. Prabhakar submitted. Tapan Patel ji submitted. Great, all of you three. We are waiting few more responses to receive. Then we will go with the stats. Mr. Lokesh Kaushik submitted. Great, Lokesh ji. So now we have received 14 responses. Ansari ji also submitted. Great, Ansari ji. So the first question for this workshop: what is the first step in integrating social responsibility into an organization? And the correct answer, out of 14 responses, all have submitted the correct answer. The correct answer is determining the relevance and significance of the core subject. And 100% answers are the correct ones. Congratulations to all. Next, please. Second question: why is legal compliance alone not sufficient for social responsibility? And right answer for this question: stakeholders expect organization to go beyond legal requirements. Sorry, all of the, sorry, the correct answer is all of the above. So I'll just pronounce all the answers. First option is laws vary by the country and may not cover all ethical concern. Then compliance doesn't guarantee ethical behavior. Stakeholders expect organization to go beyond legal requirement. So basically, all of the three answers are the correct answers. Those who have submitted the option B or option D, that is the correct answer. And for this, we have received 76% are the correct answers. So congratulations to 67% responses who have submitted. Next, please. Third question, how can organization promote social responsibility in their sphere of influence? And the right answer for this question, by voluntarily encouraging ethical and sustainable practices. And for this question, 94% responses are the correct answers. Congratulations to all. Next, please. Fourth question, which of the following is essential for integrating social responsibility across departments? And right answer for this question, assigning clear responsibilities across different functions. And 94% answers are the correct answer for this question. Congratulations to all who have submitted the correct response. Next, please. Fifth question, how should an organization review and improve its social responsibility practices? And right answer is the conducting periodic assessments and stakeholder feedback. And 94% answers are the correct answer for this question. So again, I congratulate to all who have submitted correct responses, and thank you very much for actively participating in these workshops. Yes, I request Atul Chori sir to resume the training session here onwards.
So now we come to the auditing part. Although all this auditing part we have already discussed in detail in the previous training programs which we have conducted on 9,001, 14,001, 45,001, 50,001, 22,000, 13485 and 27,001. So this basically it's a repetition of that, but like any other management system for ISO 26,000, though it is not a management system standard, basically it's a social compliance requirements. But still auditing is part of any system. So let us understand and recapitulate those auditing definitions and methodologies. So audits, definition, principles and types. Next. Audit is a systematic, independent and documented process for obtaining audit evidence and evaluating it objectively to determine the extent to which audit criteria are fulfilled. So alternate definitions are impartial documented activity. This follows written checklist and documentation. Uses examination of audit evidence to determine the existence of objective evidence and verifies that all applicable processes of the social requirements responsibilities management system have been identified and are effectively controlled. So basically it is a systematic activity, independent activity and documented process. So we are collecting audit evidence and we are evaluating it against the norms or requirements to determine whether those norms and requirements are properly fulfilled or not, or any gaps are there. So those gaps are basically non-conformities with respect to that particular management system or the requirements. Next. So why we are conducting in audits? Because to examine our management system for improvement, to ensure that ISO standard, whatever standard we are following and other standards they are being complied with, and to determine compliance or non-compliance, to meet regulatory requirements or to enable the certification process. Next. So normally effective audits, the requirements are timely access to facilities, documents and personnel, including the top management. Then you require auditing procedures, methodology. Then you require support and involvement of top management or the management. And most importantly, you require competent audit team comprising of auditors or team members, or if required, industry experts also. And impartiality and objectivity of the audit team is required. So in internal audit, you cannot audit your own work. And if it is an external audit, because certification bodies have lots of empaneled auditors also. So in the external audit, You cannot audit an organization where you have provided training or consultancy in the last 2 years. So impartiality and objectivity of audit team is essential. Next. So normally three type of audits are there: first party audit, second party audit, and third party audit. Next. So the internal audit is known as a first party audit. That is the audit which is performed within the organization on its own processes, and auditors have no vested interest in the areas being audited. So only thing which you need to take care is that auditors cannot audit their own work. Next. And when you are doing audit on your supplier or your customer is auditing you, then it is known as a second party audit. So this audit is performed by customers on suppliers, and it can be done before or after awarding a contract or as a part of continuous performance assessment of the supplier also. Next. And third party audit is the audit performed by an organization which is independent of your customer supplier relationship. For example, Quality Asia auditing your organization. So it is not linked with your organization. There is no such relationship. So audit by third party, audit by Quality Asia on the organization is a third party audit, and it is free from any conflict of interest. Next. So normally who are the participants in the audit? The client is the organization or the person requesting the audit. Auditor is a person who conducts the audit, who is competent to do the audit, and auditee is the organization or individual being audited. Next. So the client is responsible for, he is the one who initiates the audit, so determines the audit purpose and scope, provides the necessary resources for completing the audit. The client receives the audit report from the external body and ensures the report distribution and take appropriate actions wherever some non-conformity or non-compliance is raised. Next. So the auditor is responsible for understanding the purpose, scope, and audit criteria. So auditor plans the audit. If it is a lead auditor, then lead auditor plans the audit or prepares the audit plan. Then auditor or the team member or the lead auditor, they all perform the audit. Audit team collects the audit evidences, analyzes those audit evidences, then finally reports the audit and follow up on action of any audit findings where some action is required from the client side. So in case some non-conformities are found during the audit. Next. Lead auditor is basically the team leader. In case of audits where more than one auditor is there, so senior auditor is known as the lead auditor. So lead auditor is responsible for balancing the strengths and weaknesses of team members. He is responsible for managing the audit process. He is also conducting the audit, so he represents the audit team. He is the leader of the audit team, so he leads the audit team. And finally, the report is prepared and compiled by the lead auditor as per the reporting pattern or reporting format of that particular certification body. Next. So whenever the audit is planned, the audit is responsible for informing the employees or the staff. Then auditee also ensures provisioning of resources, that is some interview room or meeting room, communication, and some clerical support, etc. Nowadays, most of the auditors, they make report in soft copy. Earlier, it used to be that auditors will make audit notes on a piece of paper or on their format. So in that case, photocopies or blank formats of some sort of that thing were required. But nowadays, uh, almost all auditors make their audit notes in the soft copy in the laptops. So still, interview room communication is required. So in case of very big organizations, auditees also provide a guide to the audit team for leading the audit team members to the respective departments. Then audit is also responsible for showing audit evidence during the course of the audit. Then cooperate with the auditors. And in case some non-conformities are detected, then determine and initiate the corrective actions. Next. Then there can be a technical expert as a part of the audit team. So Technical expert is a person who provides specific knowledge or expertise to the auditing. Observer is a person who accompanies the auditing but does not audit, and there can be a guide. A guide is a person appointed by the auditee to assist the auditing. So now what we'll do is 3:30 we'll have a tea break for 15 minutes. So it is just 2 minutes, 2 minutes are left. So I'll stop at 3:30 and then we can resume at 3:45. So next. Okay, so before proceeding with the slides related to this audit, so this TCS, I just want to give you an example. Tata Consultancy Services, their annual report is in front of me. So I'll just read out. It's a big report, total 420 pages, but basically it's an annual report of the organization, which as a part of being a stock market listed company, they have to mandatorily, because there is a time frame for that report also, and then they have to mandatorily upload in their website. So I have downloaded this report from their website only. It's a big report, 420 pages, but there is a statutory section also in this. I will just read out few points, important points related to corporate governance and corporate sustainability report. So there is a management discussion and analysis also, and there is a chapter on corporate governance report, corporate sustainability report, and business responsibility and sustainability of report. So all these three are part of social responsibility. So I'll just open this and I'll read out a few lines, the important ones. So company's philosophy on corporate governance. So like I said, there are global reporting initiatives also. So they are following GRI standards, and they have given reference of GRI standards also. Some important things. Effective corporate governance practices constitute the strong foundation on which successful commercial enterprises are built to last. The company's philosophy on corporate governance oversees business strategies and ensures fiscal accountability, ethical corporate behavior, and fairness to all stakeholders, comprising regulators, employees, uh, just 1 minute, employees, society, customers, vendors, investors, and the society at large. Strong leadership and effective corporate governance practices have been the company's hallmark, inherited from the Tata culture and work ethics. So, company follows Tata Group philosophy of building sustainable businesses that are rooted in the community and demonstrate care for the environment. Being a part of Tata Group, which epitomizes sustainability, TCS and inherited a strong legacy of fair and transparent ethical governance as embodied in Tata Code of Conduct. So there is a Tata Code of Conduct, and this Code of Conduct has been adopted by employees, including the managing director and executive directors. In addition, company has adopted a code of conduct for its non-executive directors, which includes code of conduct for independent directors that suitably incorporates the duties of independent directors as laid down in the Companies Act 2013. Okay, so it's a very big report, so I'm just reading out some important things. So committees, various committees are mentioned, of which stakeholders relationship committees there. Committees constituted in line with provisions of Regulation 20 of SEBI listing regulations and Section 178 of the Act. So basically, the objective is consider and resolve the grievances of stakeholders, and then review activities with regard to health and safety and sustainability initiatives of the company. So two meetings of the SRC committee, stakeholder relationship committee, were held during the year under review, and they have given details also. Then they are also mentioning about corporate social responsibility committee, CSR committee. This committee is constituted in line with provisions of section 135 of the Act, and formulate and recommend to the board a CSR policy indicating the activities to be undertaken by the company as specified in Schedule 7 to the Act. So Schedule 7 had various initiatives which need to be taken. Then recommend the amount of expenditure to be incurred on activities mentioned in the CSR policy and monitor the CSR policy. So three meetings of CSR committees were held during the year under review because it's a financial year report, whatever 22-23 financial year we are talking about. Three board committees of TCS Foundation Section 8 company, which was incorporated with sole objective of carrying out CSR activities of the company were held during the year. Then there is a risk management committee. There are several other committees also, but I am just reading some important ones which are related to CSR. And then there are several disclosures also, but there are more related to the regulations of SEBI listing regulations. So SEBI listing regulation has got number of regulations. So in compliance of that, they have mentioned the details like subsidiary companies, policy on determination of materiality for disclosures, share capital audit report, code of conduct also, dividend distribution policy, terms of appointment of independent directors. So lot many requirements are there with respect to corporate governance. Then they mentioned about their awards, etc. Lot many awards, very long list. Brand building, customer satisfaction, ranked as #1 in customer satisfaction across Europe for the 9th consecutive year. So it's a big achievement. Won 3 awards in partnership with clients. So basically fair practices, customer confidence, customer satisfaction. So lot many details are there. Then there is a chapter on corporate social responsibility. TCS vision is to empower people and communities to build self-reliance through technology while promoting the values of fairness, equity, and respect for human rights. Basically, the social compliance which we are talking about, social responsibilities which we are talking about. Its mission is to connect people to opportunities in the digital economy while building equitable, inclusive pathways for all, especially women, youth, and marginalized groups. So TCS has been a signatory to UN Global Compact since 2006 and is aligned with its 10 principles. The company supports the principles contained in Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the ILO Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work, and United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. So these principles guide TCS community initiatives. The company continues to invest in addressing the most pressing needs of community, focusing on education, skilling, employability, and digital entrepreneurships with a focus on bridging the opportunity gap for people and communities. It invests in health and wellness, water sanitation and hygiene, conservation and disaster relief efforts to support the basic need of communities. So lot many things are written. So some numbers are there. In FY22, TCS estimates that its global community initiatives reached more than 1.7 million beneficiaries, made possible by over 58,900 employees, contributing 7 lakh hours of their volunteering time to support local community initiatives. So one map is there, mapping of TCS CSR programs with SDG goals. So education is one area, employment is another area, skilling, entrepreneurship, pre-born technology to support to social organizations, employee volunteering programs, health and wellness, WASH, leadership, research and insights. So then they have written a lot of literature is there written in the report. Adult literacy program creating access to literacy on a path to livelihoods. So TCS Adult Literacy Program through its digital literacy solution has been addressing this over past 2 decades in India and West Africa. So it's not only India, in West Africa also they're working. So women have been a key target group with the program offering them a path to financial independence and an opportunity to be role models for the children, especially girls in their families. So till date, over 1.1 million learners, over 80% of which are women, have benefited from this program. And this program runs in over 162 districts across 20 states and union territories across India and also West Africa. So TCS has further expanded the scope of this program in response to India's new national education policy, which emphasizes the need for digital literacy. And some numbers are there in FY 2022, over 7,400 learners gained basic literacy skills. And program outcomes include 81% of learners have encouraged their own children, especially girls, to go to school. 75% learners express that their self-esteem has increased because of this program. So there is a program outcome also. So they deliver the program and then they monitor the program also in respect to the outcomes. 67% learners feel that they have started participating more in decision-making process in their family. Then there is another program, Ignite My Future, empowering educators and creating skills of the future. So lot many examples are there. TCS IMF implemented in North America, UK, India, Latin America, and APEC has created global access for educators and students to hone this skill set. So there is a number in FY 2022 and IMF is this Ignite My Future program of TCS. So IMF launched its largest global innovations teacher project to date with 24 teachers from 5 countries, reaching over 500 students. So over 100 TCS employee volunteers supported the 6 weeks program. So in FY22, the program empowered nearly 435 students and educators. So program outcome includes 81% educators were ready to use resources in their classroom post the training, and 90% educators reported that they have returned to in-person instruction. And 10,000 plus average savings to each district and educator from free training. So likewise, lot many initiatives are there. Youth employment program connecting India's rural youth to create to careers in digital economy, then entrepreneurship and self-employment. So if you read their report, so they are mentioning various programs and then they are also mentioning what is the outcome of those programs. Digital impact scale program, thought leadership, research and insights, and then on health and wellness also. So TCS has provided an integrated hospital management system and IT infrastructure, which includes a comprehensive and fully integrated web-based solutions to some hospitals in Chennai and Kolkata. Water sanitation and hygiene programs. Jal Jeevan Mission, a project by Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, has been supported by Tata Group, with TCS providing key expertise in applying a digital model for monitoring rural water service delivery as well as enhance stakeholder engagement via digitally enabled workflows. So a lot many details are mentioned in this. And then there is a separate chapter on business responsibility and sustainability report. So again, it includes financial, human resources, and environmental things. So it's a quite a detailed one, but this is how organizations report their uh, responsibilities toward corporate governance and sustainability. So there is Tata Code of Conduct, there is IQM, STM, TCS Integrated Quality Management System, which covers various standards and best practices of the latest industry models, frameworks, and standards such as ISO 9. So they are certified to so many standards: ISO 9001 2015, ISO 20000 2018. Basically, it is for software development. ISO 27001 information security, 22301, 27701, 20017, 27018. CMMI level 5, health and safety, environmental standards, 14,001, 45,001, industry domain specific standards, AS 9100, TL 9100, 13485, etc., etc. So all these things they are mentioning in their annual report as a part of disclosure. Okay, now coming to phases of audit. So normally phases of audit include planning of audit, preparation of audit, reporting, performance and reporting and follow-up. And planning the audit stage is about frequency and timing, responsibility, criteria, scope, methods, and duration. Next. So frequency and timing depends upon status and importance of that activity, the responsibility, competent auditor with the technical knowledge. The criteria is organization's own procedures, specifications, documents, etc., or the standards which the organization is following. For example, in this particular case, ISO 26000. And scope can be an area of the company or complete organization, and duration of the audit depends on the size of the scope. Next. Frequency and timing is determined by the organization. Responsibilities of competent auditor with the desired technical knowledge. Criteria can be a contractual obligation, organization's own management system, the requirements of particular management system or the ISO standard or any other agreed standard. And scope can be the entire facility or a particular location or area of the organization. And duration of the audit depends upon size and scope of the audit. This is with respect to planning second party audits. And when it is third party audit, like the audit conducted by Quality Asia, so frequency and timing is based on the regulatory requirements. Here in this case, the regulatory requirements are basically the accreditation requirements. Like for example, Quality Asia is NABCB accredited and National Accreditation Board for certification bodies in India. So frequency and timing, the duration of the audit, the mandates of the audit, they are based on the procedures or the requirements of NABCB, National Accreditation Board for certification bodies. The responsibility of conducting audit is with qualified auditor having the required technical knowledge and experience, basically is approved for that particular code of audit. Criteria used for the audit is ISO 26000 for any other management system against which we are conducting the audit. Scope again can be the entire organization or the management system operations as defined by the applicable standard. And audit mandate or duration of audit, again, there are accreditation requirements or guidelines which the certification body has to follow. Next. So these external audits are normally agreed in advance with the certification body, with the organization and or the auditee, and these are carefully planned. However, sometimes unannounced audits may be carried out by the certification body or the customers or their representatives as a policy or when there is some justification for such an audit. But normally, if you are certified to any management system standard, that is 9001, 14001, 27001, 22000, or any standard, then these audits, external audits, it can be a stage 1 audit, stage 2 audit, uh, surveillance audit, or recertification audit. So these audits are always planned in advance. These are not surprise audits or unannounced audits. Next, activities prior to the audit. So normally auditors prepare an audit plan. In case multiple auditors are there, so it is the responsibility of lead auditor. And single auditor is there, then also that auditor prepares the audit program and audit plan. And this is communicated to the auditee in advance. Auditee means the organization being audited. Then necessary logistics are created for the audit, like travel arrangement, stay arrangement, etc. if it is an out of station audit. And sometimes auditors also prepare audit checklists, though it is not mandatory, but different certification bodies have got different reporting mechanisms. So auditors follow the reporting mechanism of that particular certification body. Next, the audit preparation is done. Notify the person or the department to be audited or the organization to be audited and agree to a date and time. Then prepare, review, update checklists, review documents, procedures, forms, previous reports, corrective action requests, work instruction, etc. And briefing of the auditor or the audit team is done. So these are part of audit preparation. Next, arrange for audit logistics wherever required, that is travel and accommodation. And in a manufacturing organization, some protection wherever required, personal protective equipment, etc is required. Some look, if you are visiting some government organization, some there may be some permit or uh, advance intimation or permission is required. So all these need to be arranged in advance. For very big organization, requirement of a guide could be there. Guide means he's a part of the auditing organization only, but he takes the auditors or the respective auditors to the respective process. Sometimes translators could also be required if there is a language issue. If you are visiting some other country as an auditor and language communication issue is there, then translators can also be used. And most importantly, facilities like a working area or conference room, etc. is required, or basic courtesy, tea, coffee, working lunch is required for completing the audit. Next, sometimes auditors use checklists also. Checklists, though, are not mandatory. The checklist can be used as a working document and as a record. And this is a tool to the audit company processes, but it is not a requirement of any standard. And checklist should follow the natural process of the organization. So this checklist provides as a guidance to the auditors to ensure that audit scope is covered, that all processes and activities, and reinforces the objectives and scope of the audit. And it also acts as a record. But Risk of the checklist is it becomes too focused on a single area, and sometimes insufficient information is included to evaluate conformance in interviews, and sometimes it is also not customized to reflect company's processes. So checklist is not mandatory, but checklist can be used also, or it may not be used also, because there are pros and cons for using the checklist. Normally, very experienced auditors, they don't use checklist unless the checklist is stipulated by the certification body. Next, so the checklist can be customized also. The checklist can be prepared also where this is not mandated by the certification body, or there can be single list of some relevant checkpoints also. So it depends whether you require the checklist or not. Next, so when audit is conducted, normally an opening meeting is conducted, followed by execution of audit. Then if audit notes are prepared and then if any findings are there, then summarizing of findings is done. And finally, a closing meeting is done on completion of the audit. Next. So in the opening meeting, it is basically exchange of information. Auditors introduce themselves or the audit team. They discuss the audit scope and process. They explain their procedures of certification body. They explain the reporting pattern, follow procedures. And this opening meeting is required for good communication, cooperation, and openness during the course of the audit. Next. So important thing for auditors is that they should talk to the top management also, because all standards require top management commitment. So as a part of audit process, auditors also basically interact with the top management. So auditor must also address the key issues in the organization, focus on the critical processes. So this audit is primarily conducted for business process improvements. The auditors must meet the local area representative, and the auditor must always talk to those performing the task. Explain the purpose of your visit. Auditor must be calm, polite, reassuring. Auditor should never act down, should never act superior, and auditor should also speak clearly and carefully. Next. So this is how the audit is executed, auditor process. So source of information is there from which information is gathered. From that information, audit evidence is collected. And if any audit findings are there, they are compiled, and finally audit conclusion is done. So gathering and selecting is done by document review, interviewing or observing how the activities are being executed. Verification of that information is done. Comparison with the audit criteria, the scope of the audit, or the processes, or the company's own documented system, or the requirements of standard is done. And finally, a review before reaching to audit conclusion or the outcome. Next. There are different ways and means by which auditors, because the auditors are supposed to obtain audit evidence. So there are different ways and means by which information can be collected. That can be collected from interview with the concerned people, observation of how the activity, it will vary from standard to standard. It cannot be generalized, but observation of activities is more applicable for manufacturing processes. Interaction between various functions, activities, and processes, how the measurement of processes and programs is done, and review of documents, records, reports, feedback, etc. Then objective evidence is collected from people also, their involvement, their understanding of the systems, the competence level of those employees, whether there is proper cooperation within the organization, and also if there are any systematic problems, system related problems. Next, observation of activities can be done to find out whether the processes are efficient, effective, whether the things are done in a logical sequence as per the process flow chart or the documented work instructions or the documented SOPs. How are the interaction between these processes defined? What is the significance of linkage between the processes? And can you identify the inputs and outputs for the processes? Then observation can also be done of measurement of processes in programs, the capacity of the processes, measurement. It depends what all is applicable for that particular process or the product or the services or the management system. So accordingly, measurement of processes in programs and the related data is reviewed and analyzed by the auditors. Next, documents, records when you are reviewing, verifying. So then you verify the issue status, the completeness, conciseness of the documentation, the retention of those documents, legibility of those documents, identity of those documents, approving authority, availability of documents at required workplace. Then you can also verify various summaries, customer feedback, vendor analysis, internal audit, financial measurement, cost of non-conformity. In particular, in this particular case, there is an annual statement report of Tata Consultancy TCS. So they are detailing all the corporate social responsibility activities or governance related issues they have identified. You can also check into if there are any regulatory non-compliance received by the organization and what actions have been taken by the management to overcome or reduce that non-conformity. So there are different ways and means by which auditors can obtain and collect the objective evidence, audit evidence, and then they can analyze it for conclusion purpose. Next. So they examine the objective evidence which they have collected. So they examine the documents data for their accuracy, completeness, authorization, analysis of that particular data, evaluation of evidences, environmental conditions. Then ultimately they establish non-conformity or conformity. And if non-conformity is there, what is the nature of non-conformity? Whether it is a minor non-conformity or a major issue? And sampling, what samples, how many samples, the quantum of samples selected by auditor is depending upon the amount and variety of evidence. Next, to use the checklist or not, again, it is auditor's decision. But if it is mandated by certification body, then they have to mandatorily use it. And this checklist can be used to record conformity or non-conformity. This can also help you to track where you are, and that is like a time management. And it can also help you to control the pace of the audit and manage the auditee personalities. This checklist helps you to ensure that all areas are covered, and this can also be used for future reference and making audit notes for follow-up in other areas. Next. So various questioning techniques are used during the course of the audit by the auditors. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. So this is basically 5W and 1H. Who is doing this activity, what is being done, when it is done, where it is done, and why it is done like this, and how it is done. So 5W and 1H. What, when, where, how, who. So as an auditor, you need to monitor your audit base also. So there are certain requirements for that also. So insist that people being questioned answered for themselves. Do little talking as possible because you are putting up a question to the auditee and auditee is explaining. So question is small, answer is bigger. So do little talking as possible and let the auditor or let the auditee or the concerned person to explain you what all he or she is doing. Do not let others dictate the pace of the audit. So sometimes there could be people who would try to waste the time of auditors. So you have to be aware of that. So do not let others dictate the pace of the audit. So that means it's a professional audit. Restrict yourself only to the audit related activities and not miscellaneous discussion. Sometimes the question which you put up can be not properly understood by the auditee. So rephrase misunderstood questions. Wherever you find some activity or the process has been executed quite well by the auditee, so give compliments also. Use thank you wherever you feel like, and be also aware of hidden agendas and ignore emotional blackmail. Next, some basic issues. You need to verify that company is demonstrating control over the operations, that the management of the organization is involved in the audit process because management responsibility is also there. Management has to demonstrate its commitment. So involve management in the audit process. Observe work progression wherever required, whenever possible. Evaluate the evidences which are put up to you. Examine the inputs and outputs of the processes. And ultimately make comprehensive notes because based on your notes only, you have to prepare an audit report. Next. So some basic rules: seek verification. Do not assume that people will lie, but seek to verify statements if necessary. For example, some department gave you some statement. If you feel like, you can verify, cross-verify the statement from other people also or other department also, if you feel like, but it is not mandatory. And Never accept a pre-prepared samples. So sample which you are auditing should always, because auditing is a sampling exercise. So you have to pick up some random samples, but those samples should be selected by yourself, not the auditee. Don't give auditee the liberty of selecting the sample, because then it will not be a adequate sampling. So sample should always be randomly selected by the auditor. Whether you have to select one sample, you will select two sample or more than two samples. It is entirely your decision, but sample should be selected by the auditor only. Next, so there are certain general principles of auditing like integrity, fair presentation, due professional care, confidentiality, independence, and evidence-based approach. So integrity means it's the foundation of professionalism. Then fairness, fair presentation, obligation to report truthfully and accurately, due professional care, application of diligence and judgment in auditing, confidentiality, that is security of information, independence, the basis for impartiality of the audit and objectivity of the audit conclusions, and evidence-based approach, that is rational method for reaching reliable and reproducible audit conclusions in a systematic audit process. Next, there are certain personal attributes of auditors also. Auditor has to be ethical, that is fair, truthful, sincere, honest, and discreet. Here, he or she has to be open-minded also, willing to consider alternative points, ideas, or points of view. Diplomatic, that is tactful in dealing with people. Observant, that is actively observing physical surroundings at the activities during the course of the audit. Perceptive, should be aware of and able to understand the situations. Versatile, that is able to readily adapt to different situations. Tenacious, that is persistent and focused on achieving the objectives. Decisive, that is able to reach timely conclusions based on logical reasoning and analysis. And self-reliant, that is able to act and function independently while interacting effectively with others. So personal attributes of auditors are ethical, open-minded, diplomatic, observant, perceptive, versatile, tenacious, decisive, and self-reliant. Next, then auditors should also be aware of the management system requirements for which they are auditing. So they should be aware of auditing principles, procedures, methods, management systems, the reference documents which are there in those management systems. They should understand organizational context. They should be aware of applicable legal, contractual requirements and other requirements which are applicable for the auditing organization. And they should also be having discipline and sector specific knowledge and skills related to that particular management system. Next, then audit team leader. The leader of the team is known as lead auditor or the audit team leader. So he or she should be able to balance the strengths and weaknesses of the individual team members, develop a harmonious working relationship amongst the various audit team members. He or she has to plan the audit and effectively use the audit resources available with him, manage the uncertainty of achieving audit objectives, protect health and safety of audit team members, including compliance with the requirements, organize and direct the audit team members, provide direction and guidance to the auditors in training, that is the observer auditors, auditor observers, prevent and resolve conflicts in case any situation arises. Then the lead auditor is also representing the audit team and leading the audit team to reach the audit conclusions. And finally, the report is completed by lead auditor. Next, to some good practices for auditors. They introduce, because opening meeting is held or the interaction with the various auditees is held. So they introduce self or the auditee. They ensure that the auditee has clearly understood the agenda. The agenda is basically the audit plan. And then they should restrict to the agenda only, the audit plan only. Keep control of audit and the time progress. Should not have any arguments. Listen carefully, maintain records, and remain polite, calm, and professional. Next. So audit review, before closing meeting, a review is conducted when the audit is finished between the various audit team members. And sometimes if it is a multi-day audit, then end of the day review is also done if required. And this also includes review and completion of audit checklists, study and comparison of notes, that is team, and wherever required, listing of non-conformities if non-conformities are also detected. Next, then there is a closing meeting. Closing meeting, though not mandatory in internal audits, but it is recommended to have closing meeting in the internal audits also. Then normally second party audits do have a closing meeting with the supplier or the organization being audited, and third party audits it is mandatory. So closing meeting, the purpose is to explain and discuss the findings and obtain the agreement on the non-conformities if any, state overall degree of conformity, and also mention the positive points. So when there is an internal audit, the closing meeting is informal, constructive, and with the objective of system improvement. When second party audits are there, because sometimes these second party audits also have a reference checklist, and reports are used as future reference also, and more emotional situation than first party audit, and be prepared to be challenged. And third party audits, it is as per the contract, so report to be used as a future reference. Next, so there can be non-conformances in all the three audits: first party, second party, third party audit. When it is a first party audit, that is internal audit, non-conformance is about identification. Auditors identify non-conformity against the organization's internal procedures or respective standards requirement. Then those non-conformities are documented in the audit report, and then root cause analysis and corrective actions are taken, decided. Organization takes corrective actions to address the root causes and prevent reoccurrence. Follow-up audit is required for verification or reviews to ensure that actions are implemented effectively, and the basic purpose is to improve internal systems, ensure compliances, and also prepare better for the external audits. Next, when second party audit is having non-conformances, then again non-conformities are identified against agreed terms, specifications, or the standard requirements. These issues are communicated to the supplier formally because it's a second party audit. And again, root cause analysis, correction, corrective action plan has to be given within a specified timeline. The supplier is required to provide a corrective action plan within a specified time period. And these actions also include root cause analysis and appropriate correction, corrective measures, preventive actions, etc. And follow-up audit may also be required, or evidences need to be submitted by the supplier to the customer or the auditor. Follow-up audits or supplier reviews are performed to verify corrections. And the basic objective of second party audit is that suppliers meet the contractual obligations and the desired standards which the customer is asking. Next, then third party audit, for example, the audit conducted by Quality Asia, there can be non-conformances. These non-conformances, depending upon the nature of non-conformity, it can be a major or minor. Major non-conformity is a systematic failure or a high-risk non-compliance, and minor non-conformance is an isolated lapse or isolated issue which doesn't possess significant risk. And these non-conformities are included in the audit report, and these are communicated to the auditee or the audited organization. And then there is a timeline for this corrective action. Auditees must submit an action plan with root cause analysis, corrective actions, preventive measures, and timeline. In case major non-conformities is there, then maximum timeline allowed is 90 days. But both major and minor non-conformities require evidences for closure. So verification is done. Major non-conformities require evidence submission, and sometimes it may be a re-audit also required on site, but it depends on the nature of non-conformity. And minor non-conformities, action plan with root cause analysis, corrective actions is done. They can submit the evidences also, but normally they are re-verified during the next surveillance audit. Again, the purpose is to achieve certification, regulatory compliance, or demonstrate conformity to the respective standards. Next, so there can be a non-conformance statement if a non-conformity is identified. So non-conformity is a short statement which describes the non-conformity, that is known as non-conformance statement, which includes what, why, and the objective evidence. So what is the issue in question? That is a statement of non-conformity. Why? It is with respect to particular requirement or standards reference or contractual requirement or whatever it is against a particular requirement. So why that's what the statement is against is known as why. And then finally, objective evidence is reported. The objective evidence which was observed that support the statements of non-conformity. Next. So important thing for non-conformist report is this non-conformist report is used to report a non-conformity find out during the audit. So it should be factful, it should be understandable and traceable to a particular requirement of the standard. And these non-compliances are or non-conformance report is raised on completion of the audit. And then you need to allow the auditee to implement the corrective action prior to the closing meeting. And auditee is requested to sign signifying an understanding and acceptance of the non-compliances. So non-compliances have to be formally agreed by the auditee also. And then because later on the auditee has to give the root cause and corrective action and the evidences of closures. Next. Wording of non-conformity is important because when preparing the non-conformity report, you have to take care that proper wording is used. Because if you are not able to document it properly, write it properly, so this will be like failure to achieve clear communication, and this can be challenged also. So important thing is this will be particularly important in areas where emphasis has changed with respect to the requirements in orders that they will be clearly understood. For example, management commitment, competence, communication, and continuous improvement. So wording of non-conformity is very important so that it gives a factual information about why it is a non-conformity and what is the supporting evidence for that non-conformity. Next. So example of non-conformance statement, a statement of non-conformity. The organization has failed to uphold key principles of social responsibility, including respect for human rights, fair labor practices, and ethical behavior. There is no clear framework in place to ensure compliance with international norms of behavior, leading to inconsistencies in responsible business conduct. So this is a statement of non-conformity. So this is giving reference to ISO 26000 2010 core subject, human rights and fair operating practices, that organization should respect and promote human rights, ethical labor conditions, and responsible governance. And organization should ensure compliance with international norms even when local laws do not provide adequate safeguards. So what is the objective evidence which was observed that supports the statements of non-conformity? During employee interviews, it was found that organization did not provide clear guidance on human rights policies, ethical sourcing, and fair labor practices. And no evidence of, sorry, and no evidence of recent awareness training on corporate social responsibility or compliance with international labor and ethical standards was available during the audit. Next. Then finally, an audit report is prepared. Audit report should include auditors, contracts, scope, overall conclusion. So certification bodies normally they do have a reporting mechanism, reporting format. So the auditors or the lead auditor prepare the report on that only. Auditors, contracts, scope, overall conclusion, deficiencies, observations, supporting objective evidence, follow-up details if required. And normally what is excluded from the report? Any confidential information which the auditor got during the course of the interview, or any matter which is not raised or discussed at the closing meeting, or subjective of evidence, opinions, or any ambiguous statement or antagonistic words or phrases. So these are excluded from the report. Next. So audit reporting, the objective is the description of audit aim, purpose and scope, the number of non-compliances and overall summary audit finding. Also, it includes good points. Sometimes SWOT analysis is also done of the organization with respect to that particular management system, that is strength, weakness, opportunities and threats. So threats are like any major concern. So opportunities for improvement are also identified. SWOT is like strength, weakness, opportunities and threat. And finally, the recommendations which are made out based on the audit findings. Then audit follow-up would be required. If required, if there are non-conformances, to verify that actions are implemented. This is to ensure short-term and long-term effectiveness of the actions taken.
আচ্ছা কার আসছে না আমরা জানি না কিন্তু দেখি আমার আসছে
Dear participants, please be unmuted. Whosoever is unmuted yourself, please.
Then record follow-up details and objective evidence are reviewed, and finally signing of forms are there. So that is all part of audit follow-up. Next. So I think now Praveen will explain the methodology of registration process.
Yes, sir. I am taking over the PPT part, remaining PPT part from here onwards. So the training is completed. So now I am thankful to Atul Suri sir for on this Sunday. He has provided us a full day training. It almost started from 9 morning 9 a.m. and today it's going to be 5 p.m. So it's almost 9-hour training. So again, thank you, Atul Suri sir, for providing us a full complete day training program to understand us regarding about the ISO 26000 social responsibility standard and its requirement. And again, from my bottom of my heart, giving you a thankful and providing us a valuable time. Your sharing your expertise and knowledge with all of with me and with all of the industrial professional from different sectors. And thank you, Atul Suri sir. Thank you. So now we are starting with the registration process. Basically, these are the core process of the certification. So it start with the application. In the application, the client share the application form with the certification body. And in that form, there are critical information is shared by the client, like number of employees of the organization, number of sites to be audited, and scope of the organization, etc. And based on those critical information, commercials and technical codes allotment done as per the scope applied, and then followed by the client sign up and followed by stage one. And during the stage one is a audit, initial audit phase. So during the stage one audit, basically the documentation review is conducted, and it is checked that documentation is meeting the requirement as per the standard, or you can say scope applied or standard applied or not. Like for the ISO 9000, it is QMS, or ISO 14001, it is for environment. Correct. And then followed by stage two audit. And during the stage two audit, the implementation of the management system is checked by the auditor. And based on the observation, NCs or observations are provided by the auditor, lead auditor, uh, during the stage two audit. And the client has to close the NCs in the given period of the time. Like Atul Suri sir has already said, it's 90 days time period provided to close a minor or major NCs. And after closure of NCs, then special audits, if required, to verify the you can say follow up or verify non-conformities. Special audit can be conducted. If not required, then not conducted. And then based on the information, after closure is done, certification awarded to the client. That is the package review and certificate issue is done. And after that, the certificate once the certificate is issued, it is valid for the 3 years. Depends upon the surveillance audit conducted or not. Okay. So basically, next 2 years means year 2 and year 3 surveillance audit will be conducted. That depends on it, the requirement annually or semi-annually. It can be done in 6 months, or it can be done in the 12 months. Depend upon the requirement of the organization. And after 3 years, once the one cycle is basically certification, ISO certification process is of 3-year cycle. And once the 3-year cycle is completed, then recertification audit is conducted after 3 years. So basically, this is a core process of the, you can say, certification for a one cycle of the ISO. Sagar, please next, please. Right. So basically, Quality Asia is offering the below certification services for below standards. First is the ISO 9001, that is quality management system. Second is ISO. Sagar, please move on to previous slide. Thank you. Next is ISO 14001, that is environment management system. Then ISO 45001, that is occupational health and safety management system. Then ISO 50001, energy management system. ISO 27001, that is information management system. ISO 22000, food safety management system. ISO 13485, that is medical device management system. And that is ISO 26000, social responsibility management system, for which standard we have conducted a training session on today. Next, please. About the quality Asia, our accreditations, we have the accreditations, and our commitment to excellence is validated through our prestigious accreditations. We are proud to be recognized by the leading national and international accreditation body, including NABCB, National Accreditation Board of Certification Bodies, and IEF accredited, ensuring the highest standard of quality and compliance. Our accreditations reflect our rigorous adherence to industry standards and our dedication to provide reliable and trustworthy certification services. These credentials are testaments to our expertise and our unwavering commitment to delivering value to our clients. And our management is a proud BNI member as well, Business Network International member. Next, please. So I would like to introduce our leadership team. First, Mr. Atul Suri sir. He is a lead auditor and reviewer, responsible for leading the team of auditors and establishing excellence in auditing operations. Mrs. Seema Suri ma'am, she is a director accreditations, responsible for maintaining accreditation status and heading audit review and certification decision process. Mr. Samad Suri sir, he is managing director of the Quality Asia, responsible for marketing and promotions and ensuring right visibility of the certification body. Ms. Palak Ahuja ma'am, General Manager Certifications, responsible for heading and managing certification and operation and ensuring client success through the certifications. Next, please. That is myself, Mr. Praveen Singh Negi, Business Development Head, responsible for heading sales team and ensuring customer acquisition in a most ethical, right manner. Mr. Sagar Mohar, he's a Quality Assurance Officer, responsible for compliance with accreditation standards and manages documentation and audits, and assist in training programs and supports marketing and operational excellence initiatives. Then we have a team, big team of auditors responsible for conducting ethical and quality-rich audits, enabling organization to understand, upgrade their systems and processes. And also we have a big team of executives who is responsible for managing this behind the scenes. Next, Sagar. So regarding this training program, once the training is completed, I think it's almost done. Only a couple of slides will be left. So you will be provided with a mail will be shared with you, and in that mail you will be provided with the training PPT that has shown you on the today's training program, and it will be shared with you. You can just access it and you can download it for your future references. One Google form link will be provided to you on your mail, and the same mail only. You can just submit your examination responses for that Google form exam, and the criteria for the you can say qualifying for this examination is 50%. 50% or above. Those who will be getting 50% marks or above will be awarded with the certificates, and that for the today's training program. And also there is a link for the training feedback. I request all the dear participants to provide the feedback to us and our organization so that we can improve our training programs for the future. Next, please. So basically about the Quality Asia School, we have a LMS school updated on our website. So you can just access it. Those who haven't, you can say missed any chance this training programs or previous training programs as well. Just they can go to our website and watch the training videos. I'll just just share the glance of that website with you once the PPT slides completed. Okay. So Sagar, please next, please. So basically, this is the training calendar. it is just finalized a day before today only. So it will be uploaded on the website. You can say by the end of March or by the first week of April. All right. So I'm just sharing or the next financial year training program with you. So on 27th of April 2025, means next month only, we will be conducting an internal auditor training program that will be for ISO 42001. That is Artificial Intelligence Management System, AIMS training. Then on 25th of May 2025, the training program will be conducted on ISO 27701 privacy PIMS, that basically PIMS, Privacy Information Management System. On 29th June 2025, we will be conducting training on ISO 22301, that is Business Continuity Management System, BCMS. On 27 July 2025, we will be conducting training on ISO 2001, the training that is IT Service Management System, ITSMSS training. On 30th August, we will be conducting training on AS 9100, that is Quality Management System for Aviation, Space and Defense training. On 28th September 2025, we will be conducting training on AS 9110, that is Aviation Maintenance Quality Management training. On 26th of October 2025, we will be conducting training on AS 9120, that is Aviation, Space and Defense Distribution, QMS, Quality Management training. Then on 30th November 2025, we will be conducting training on IATF 16949, that is Automotive Quality Management System, QMS training. On 28th December 2025, we will be conducting training on IF core tools like APQP, Advanced Product Quality Planning, PPAP, production, that is Production Part Approval Process, FMEA, Failure Mode Effect Analysis, then MSA, Measurement System Analysis, and SPC, Statistical Process Control Training, which will be conducting on 28th December. So these are very important tools for the automotive sector to be implemented. I request all participants to attend these trainings because these will be very helpful to enhance your, you can say, resume as well, and as well as your expertise. And on 25th of January 2026, we will be conducting a training on GHG training, that is Greenhouse Gas Emission Management training. And post that, we will be conducting training on 22nd February 2026, that is ESG training program, environmental, social, governance, ESG compliance training. And at the end of the next financial year, that is 29th March 2026, we will be conducting on SIDEX, that is Supplier Ethical Data Exchange, SIDEX compliance training. So basically this complete training program has been created and finalized, and it is yet to upload it on the website. You can just register yourself for this training program in coming week or by 1st of April. Next, please. So regarding the free training program updates, you can just join on our WhatsApp channel. Okay, this is the WhatsApp channel link. To the same, the mail will be shared with you. This link will be already mentioned over there. You can just register. You can just subscribe yourself, or you can just follow this WhatsApp link, and you can just access the training updates regarding the training programs. And regarding free internal audit training calendar, I'll just show you the glance. Okay, on the website only. Sagar, next please. So you can join our organization quality assurance certification by following up on our Instagram social media page link, or you can just join, or you can just subscribe us. You can like and share on LinkedIn. You can LinkedIn link that will also be shared with you on that mail. And also on Quality Asia is visible on YouTube channel. We have a YouTube channel. All the videos, recorded videos of this training session, you can just access from the YouTube channel as well. The link is provided, you can say, on the screen. That is www.youtube.com. Next, Sagar. So here the slides are. Thank you. Thank you the audience for being so patiently attending this training from morning from 9 to till yet. So basically, firstly, I would like to tell you about the WhatsApp channel. This is our WhatsApp channel. Basically, it is free ISO internal training program, internal auditor training, Quality Asia. Correct. And just like this, you can check that all the registration links are shared here. And also today morning only, we have shared the meeting link as well. So basically, you can just get all the updates regarding the training programs on this WhatsApp channel. So you can just follow this WhatsApp channel and get you updated for the training programs. Then this is our Instagram page. So you can just follow Quality Asia organization, just follow up, and you can just share with your colleagues, your friends who are, you can say, who are really want to attend these training programs, right? So we Quality Asia certification, we have a LinkedIn profile as well. So you can just associate it with us on our LinkedIn page as well, Quality Asia certification. So this is our linkedin.com company, and you can just associate it with us through the LinkedIn media also. So I also told you that we Quality Asia certification is also available. You can say on YouTube also. So the Quality Asia in the name of Quality Asia School. So you can see that all the videos are uploaded on YouTube. Correct. So you can just access these training videos, watch these videos, and enhance your knowledge and regarding the ISO standards. And this is the website, right? So I just tell you that you can just go to the resource and go to the training calendar. Okay. And from here, you can just register yourself, because this is you can say a training calendar for the year 2024-2025. So it is March, today is 23 March, and already 26th, ISO 26,000 training program we have completed, correct? And in a couple of days, we will be uploading the next year financial year training program over here. You can just register yourself for the complete financial year in a one go. You need not to wait for the month and then register yourself. You can just register yourself in a one go. You can register yourself for all the training programs at a one instant. Just go to the link for the particular standard and get register yourself, so that you cannot miss any of the training. Correct. So I just want to tell you that this is our LMS school, Quality Asia School. For those who haven't attended any previous trainings, or who missed anyhow or by chance the previous training due to the unawareness. So all the training videos uploaded here, like this is ISO 27,000 free internal training video. You can just click on the arrow and just go to there. So there, here is the video is already uploaded. Just click on this button and you can just access the training video. Just watch it video. Then after that, you can from here, from the quick links, you can just download the training material, the training PPT, which is shown to you on the training day. And basically, quick links from the by certification exam, you can submit your examination. Like I have clicked that, and there will a Google form open in the next step, and you can just submit your question. Examination for the particular standard over there, and get certified. Who have missed for any of the training which was conducted in the past. All right. So I would like to just show up to you that you will be once you will submit your examination for today's training, and you will be getting you can say 50 or above percentage marks. So you will be getting a certificate like this. In the certificate, it will be written that your name will be written, and like this is to certify that XYZ person has been successfully completed the training for the particular standard internal auditor program conducted on the date was mentioned. Basically, it is internal audit certification program. Internal audit training program is for the 2 days. It is 16-hour training, but we have covered the complete training content in a 1 day only. So that's why we are writing over here the 2 days training program. Okay, so that your certificate is valid and authentic. All right. And your, you can say certificate number, unique ID will be provided on your certificate, date of issue. When the certificate will be issued to you, the date will be mentioned. Okay. And the brand, Quality Asia. So this kind of certificate you will be receiving once you qualified for the training, right? And you, I just want to tell you that you can just validate your certification. You can go to the search. You can go to the training certificates, and over here you can just write the we will just validate the same number only. It's IAC 02. Just copy this, right? So just you can go to here and just write the number of your certificate and see. So here it is Muneswara Babu Prudhvi training program for which he has attended. It is ISO 13485 2026 2016 MDQMS. Training dates mentioned 23rd and 24th February 2025 and date of issue. So it means that your certificate is valid from the date of issue, and it is valid. It is unlimited. It is not valid for a period. You can say 1 year, 2 year. It is valid for your up to your, you can say, lifetime. It is valid for you. Okay. So from here, you can just access, you can just validate your certificates over here. Don't go with for the lead auditor training because we don't provide lead auditor training as of now. Okay. So here we have completed the glance of our website, which I want to just show to you. All right. So it is all from my side. I again thank you all the audience for so much patiently attending this training program and cooperating during the training session. So now we are Sagar. In the meanwhile, you can just circulate or you can share the mails with the participants. Okay, so that they can start submitting their responses. All right. And now we are starting with the question answer session. So I would like the participant to one by one. You can raise up your hand. You can just unmute yourself one by one and ask the question from our expertise, Mr. Atul Suri sir. Yes, please. We are starting the question answer session, so that your each and every questions or your queries we would like to resolve. Yes, Navneet ji, please unmute yourself and speak up.
Yeah. So, sir, as you mentioned, ISO 26001 is. So, I just want to know the difference between SA 8000, SA 8000 and ISO 26000. And my second question is this standard ISO 26000 is certifiable or not?
All right. All right, Navneet ji. I'm just checking with Atul Suri sir. Atul Suri sir. Navneet ji, your question has been noted. I'm just checking Atul Suri sir.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thank you.
So this ISO 26000 standard, can you hear?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Atul Suri sir,
yes.
we can hear. Atul Suri sir, would you like to repeat the question? Should I ask Mr. Navneet ji to repeat the question?
No, I have
Okay.
heard the question, but some
Okay.
echo is happening.
All right, sir. Now please check it is okay, or again echo is happening.
Now it is okay.
All right.
Okay, so this ISO basically it's an international standard which is published by this ISO organization, that is International Organization for Standardization. And SA 8000, see, basically it is a social accountability standard, but it is not published by ISO. So first of all, this is a organization, this ISO 26000 is published by International Organization for Standardization. Basically requirements are overlapping, but corporate social like we were talking about corporate social responsibilities, so those corporate social responsibilities which are covered under Companies Act, so they are not part of SA 8000. SA 8000 is more about labor laws, environmental, occupational health and safety, so it is basically focusing on these aspects. Like there are several additional requirements which are not there as a part of social this SA 8000 standard. Now, this this ISO 26000 standard, basically, it's a guidance document which is prepared by ISO organization. So, there is no accredited standard, there is no accredited certificate available for this particular. Like for example, if you are taking ISO 9000 from Quality Asia or ISO 14001 or any standard, so there is a, you normally get two logos. One is the logo of the certification body and second is the logo of the accreditation board, that is NABCB or UCAS or RV, etc. Okay. In this particular case, it is not an accreditable standard, so no accreditation board will basically accredited any certification body for award of the certificate. But still you can get a compliance certificate from the certification body, but it will be an unaccredited certificate. I hope it is clear now.
Yeah, means this is not basically a certifiable standard. We can just get a compliance certificate.
Yeah, you can get a compliance certificate from the certification body, but it will not be an accredited certificate, because
Okay.
you must have seen in the standard that it is only talking about the organization should do that. Everywhere
Yeah,
should
yeah.
word is used, and in
Yes.
all other management systems it is shall.
Yeah.
So that is the basic difference. So it is a basically guidance document. So you can still seek compliance certificate from the certification body, but it will be a non-accredited certificate. And then with respect to social accountability SA 2000, SA 8000 standard, again there are additional requirements in this. Like SA 8000 basically focuses on the labor laws, then environmental and occupational health and safety. But in addition, it is also this ISO 26000 is also talking about corporate governance issues, which are covered by means the coverage of ISO 26000 is more detailed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Atul
sir,
sir,
why?
I have just shown the sample certificate.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please carry
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, sir,
Yes.
my next question in line is that by whom, by which body this SA 8000 was written?
See, this SA 8000 basically it was, if you go back to the history, then there is a separate organization, SAI Global, SAI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is not an international standard.
No, it is SA 8000 is it is not an international. When we say international, then it is acceptable internationally, but it is not written by ISO, International Organization for Standardization. So SA
Okay.
8000 still it is an international standard, but not written by this ISO organization. For example, OSAS 18001 2007. So basically it was a British standard, but it was not
Yes.
written by ISO, but still
Yes,
it was
right.
internationally recognized. And when
Yeah.
ISO wrote this standard, ISO 45001 2018 version, then of course OSAS became obsolete also, and there was no revised version for that. So
Yeah.
SA 8000 still it is an international standard, but not written by International Organization for Standardization, that is ISO.
Okay. And sir, this 26,000 not revised after 2010, even after
Yes.
15 years.
Yeah. So
Is there
15
any
years.
particular reason?
No, there is no particular reason, because I think maybe they will come out with some standard like SA 8000 in near future. But as of
Okay.
now, there is no update. Because if you see, the coverage of this standard is quite vast, and matlab, only big organizations and ethical organizations can implement it. There are several challenges, especially with respect to the corporate governance part, because corporate governance is ultimately money, because organizations have to spend a lot of money, and for that the organization culture should be like this. So you can understand my point ki for typical Indian companies it is very difficult to attain. There are several
Yeah.
challenges, especially on the corporate governance. So even the several organizations in which are basically listed on stock market, they have their corporate governance issues, and these are top 4,000 5,000 companies. So what to talk about lakhs of other companies, MSMEs? It is almost impossible to implement the requirements. Probably that is the reason.
Yeah.
Compliance is
Thank
very,
you, sir.
very tough.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Navjeet ji. I hope your query has been resolved to the fullest. Okay, so
Yes.
next, yeah, thank you, Navdeep. So anyone from the participants who want to ask any question can raise up your hand and unmute yourself. Yes, please. Any of the participants? Sahanisa, Aman, share the link. Sorry, share the mail ID. We have shared the Sagar. Can you confirm? Have we shared the mail?
Yes, yes, it's in the process.
It's in the process. Okay. So I request all participants to kindly wait for a couple of minutes. We are just shooting up the mail. You will be receiving the mail regarding the examination in a couple of minutes. In the meanwhile, you can just ask your queries, your question related to the standard and related to the training program, today's training program. All right. So now this question answer session has been ended up here now only. So Sagar, here we have closed the training session officially. Now we are waiting for the mail to share with participants.